Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution. Putin set to meet Trump in Alaska. Is it a trap? Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. I absolutely don't believe Putin should meet Trump in Alaska. But I guess Putin is ready to destroy the whole world and the Russians not playing. Let's get into the content. Salute. Who's not worried about meeting Trump in America?
Well, my dear truth seekers, U.S. President Donald Trump has finally officially announced exactly where and when the long-awaited summit between the United States and Russia will take place. According to him, the meeting of the leaders of the United States and Russia will take place in Alaska on August 15th. It is worth noting that Alaska Governor Mike Dunleavy reacted very positively to the choice of his region as a venue for a future meeting between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. In particular, he stated that Alaska welcomes the upcoming meeting between U.S. President Trump and Russian President Putin on its territory, and that the Alaskan authorities will do anything to ensure that this historic meeting between the two leaders proceeds at a high level. Mike Dunleavy also mentioned that Alaska's location gives it a strategic role in the international arena. According to him, Alaska is separated from Russia by only 2 miles. And that no other region plays such an important role in the energy security and national defense of the United States. Well, my dear friends, I personally believe that choosing Alaska as the venue for the upcoming summit between the United States and Russia is the right decision. Firstly, Alaska borders Russia. Secondly, Alaska is the most orthodox state in America, where locals respectfully preserve the memory of both their Russian past and the Orthodox present. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that President Putin's visit to Alaska will be really regarded as a historic event. The reality is that President Putin will be the first leader of Russia to visit Alaska in over a 1,000-year history of Russia. By the way, on the morning of August 9th, Russian presidential aide Yuri Ushakov admitted that the summit in Alaska is just the beginning of these negotiations, and that the next meeting between Trump and Putin will take place in Russia. Meanwhile, while Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin are preparing for a joint meeting in Alaska, the head of the Kiev regime, Volodymyr Zelensky, and his so-called European masters, are not hiding their disappointment and anger. In particular, the American newspaper The Washington Post, citing its sources in Kiev and the European Union, stated that European leaders and the Ukrainian authorities are disappointed by the fact that U.S. President Donald Trump not only refuses to put pressure on Vladimir Putin, but also completely forgot about his ultimatum to Russia, which expired on August 8th. Reports indicate that the head of the Kiev regime and the so-called leaders of European countries hoped Donald Trump would keep his word and impose tough sanctions against Russia after August 8th. However, unfortunately for this political clown and the European globalists, this never happened, even though over the past 48 hours, the Russian army has significantly increased its offensive pace in all key directions of the front. In addition, the Kiev authorities in Europe are deeply concerned that Trump and Putin have already resolved the Ukrainian issue without their knowledge. They fear that Trump has already agreed to Putin's demands, and will force the Kiev regime to transfer to Russia the remaining territories not only of Donbass, but also of the Zaporizhia and Kherson regions. In this regard, on the morning of August 9, the head of the Kiev regime, Volodymyr Zelensky, on the direct orders of his European masters, made another provocative statement, in order to sabotage the upcoming talks between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. In particular, this dead man walking reiterated that he will never order the withdrawal of Ukrainian troops from Donbass and the southern regions of the country, such as Kherson and Zaporizhia. Ukrainians will never agree to give up their lands. Russia will never receive such a reward from us for what it has done. We will never give up our land, Volodymyr Zelensky said. Moreover, this clown also dared to rebuke Donald Trump. According to him, the US president constantly shifts the announced deadlines against Russia, and refuses to exert harsh pressure on Vladimir Putin. Thus, as you can see, this dead man walking has once again shown that he and his European masters are not ready for the resolution of the conflict in Ukraine. Meanwhile, while the whole world is discussing the upcoming meeting between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, on the night of August 9, the Russian army launched another combined missile strike on the military facilities of the Ukrainian army and NATO forces in Kiev and Odessa regions. In particular, in the Kiev region, Russian missiles and kamikaze drones hit the territory of the military airfield in Gostomel. It has been reported that Russian forces launched an attack on this military airfield at the exact moment when a new shipment of Patriot missile systems arrived from Germany. However, the missile attack on the Odessa region turned out to be the most spectacular. In particular, dozens of geranium kamikaze drones rained down on the tank farm, Svetinok oil trade, in the settlement of Narabeyskoye. It is reported that firefighters are still unable to extinguish the fire in the territory of that tank farm. Simultaneously with this, Iskander-M ballistic missiles, together with kamikaze drones, struck the territory of a recreation center in the southwestern part of the city of Odessa. Witnesses claim that the explosion in the territory of this recreation center turned out to be so powerful that people felt the tremors even on the other side of the city. At the same time, a mushroom cloud arose over Odessa. Later, the coordinator of the Nikolaev underground, Sergei Lebedev, declared that the Russians had destroyed a large weapons depot, where NATO forces stored Western missiles. Moreover, as it turned out, dozens of active-duty British soldiers and officers were also on the territory of this recreation center. Reports indicate that, 20 minutes after the missile attack, the dead and wounded British servicemen were evacuated to neighboring Romania by helicopters.
Some point eventually.
President Putin, I believe, wants to see peace, and Zelensky wants to see peace. Now, President Zelensky has to get all of his everything he needs, because he's going to have to get ready to sign something, and I think he is working hard to get that done.
That was President Trump last night talking about the upcoming summit between President Trump and President Putin in Alaska, of all places, coming up this Friday, the 15th of August. Now, Lots going on here. I mean, there's depending on who you want to talk to, and we've been looking across the board at this. There is simultaneously a lot of optimism, a lot of pessimism, and a lot of fear from multiple different corners. So and this applies everywhere: United States, Russia, Europe, and certainly Ukraine. A lot of confusion. This caught so many people by surprise. They didn't really expect it to happen quite this fast after Witkoff's meeting in Moscow on Wednesday. Expectations were actually pretty low going into that meeting. Nobody really thought anything would come of it. And then all of a sudden, now that it's turned into a face-to-face summit, not even a phone call, but a face-to-face summit between the two. And now everybody's trying to scramble to find out exactly what's going to happen next. And it didn't take long to get an answer from Ukraine, because that was the first question on a lot of people's mind, and certainly mine last night before I went to bed was, what was Vladimir Zelensky going to say about this? Because, the issue has always been nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine, at least on paper. I mean, that's what the Biden administration said out loud a lot. Probably was never true then anyway. And the Europeans said it all the time, but I think that was more because they wanted to have their guy inside of any discussions with the United States, and they didn't want anything discussed without their being present. And if they weren't, then they at least wanted Zelensky, because they have obviously a much closer relationship with Zelensky as a whole than the United States does, which is probably bordering on adversarial between Trump and Zelensky. And so this morning we got our answers. So Volodymyr Zelensky went on his daily broadcast and was unequivocal and direct in his reply.
Відповідь на українське територіальне питання є вже в Конституції України. Відступати від цього ніхто не буде і не зможе. Дарувати свою землю окупанту українці не будуть. Будь-які рішення, які проти нас, будь-які рішення, які без України, вони одночасно і рішення проти миру. Стійте міцно. Це наша земля. Ми – це Україна.
Now, listen, he's talking there because President Trump, in further comments last night when he was talking there in that sound bite we just played for you, talked about swapping some land. Here's how he put it.
Will Zelensky have to give up territory, Mr. President?
Well, you're looking at territory that's been fought over for 3.5 years with, a lot of Russians have died, a lot of Ukrainians have died. So we're looking at that, but we're actually looking to get some back and some swapping. It's complicated. It's actually nothing easy. It's very complicated, but we're going to get some back. We're going to get some switched. There'll be some swapping of territories to the betterment of both.
Yeah, to the betterment of both. That depends very much a great deal on which side of the line you're on, as what's better or what's not. And you heard President Zelensky unequivocally say, we're not giving up anything to anybody. We're not swapping anything. We're not giving anything away. It's in our Constitution. And that view is held by publicly many in Ukraine. In fact, here's one of the headlines this morning coming out of Ukraine that you talk about nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. Well, they kind of recognize what's going on here. And they say they are frozen out in Alaska. And you see, they show Trump and Putin carving up Ukraine with it looks like a tombstone in the background or something like that. But yeah, not very favorable to either one of those people, and Ukraine feeling like they're getting left out. And listen, I mean, let's go back to the comments that Zelensky was making there. He keeps saying some of the same words. We're not going to gift anything to anyone, and certainly not to an occupier, and we want a just and lasting peace. Okay, no one's asking you to gift anything to anyone. If there's a stronger army, they're not asking for a present. They're not asking for a supplication. They're either saying, you either give it to us this way or we will take it that way. It's not a gift. It's a recognition of reality. And to this day and to this moment, Zelensky still is not willing to acknowledge that. And that's going to be a real problem as we go forward, because, I mean, already the meeting hasn't even taken place yet. They don't even have the details finalized yet. Rubio last night kind of followed up on this a little bit and said, well, we hope something good can come out of this, but there's a lot of work, diplomatic work, that has to be done at the worker level prior to the meeting of the heads of state. You may recall that's one of the things I said yesterday when this was first announced. It was one of the reasons why it was so surprising even to me is because ordinarily you don't have heads of state meet until like 90%, 95% of all the details have been knocked out and arranged and agreed to, so that the two heads of state meet to maybe finalize any kind of nuance, but primarily to solidify and sign documents based on everything that's been agreed to. Here, it doesn't look like anything has been agreed to, or if it is, it's not known to the Secretary of State or to anybody else outside, because Trump just mentioned vaguely in that soundbite that there's going to be some swapping of territories and there's going to be some giving of territories here and there, but he didn't specify anything. There has been some speculation on the Russian side of some Kremlin insiders who have said, well, that's going to be that Russia is going to get all of the Donbass, which is Luhansk and Donetsk, and apparently there's consideration anyway that Russia would freeze the lines in Zaporizhia and Zaporizhia and Kherson, where the current line of contact is. Now, that's going to be a big problem if Russia actually if that's what's actually on the mind of Putin, then that's going to be a problem for a lot of Russians. Gary, if you can put that map up there, this right here shows the current line of contact. And you can see in this area here to the right where it's the kind of light pink, I guess. And then you can see the green to the left of that. And then you see the outlines of those four provinces, Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson. The part of the borders in Kherson and Zaporizhia, and even in Donetsk, which are, primarily Zaporizhia and Kherson, you see those are what's apparently at play, is the green areas where Ukraine completely controls all of that stuff. And those areas, first of all, let's look at it from the Russians' perspective. Though all four of those areas, the administrative borders, this is what President Putin was talking about and specified in June 14th, 2024, when he said all of those territories have to come to us. He specified the administrative borders, which means that the Ukraine side, and he also specified, would have to withdraw their troops from that area. They would have to leave areas where they were in control and hand them over to Russia. That's why it didn't even get past the statement made by Putin in 2024. Of course, that's when Biden was still in the office and he wouldn't even talk to Russia, much less agree to any kind of an outcome like that. But part of the Russian side is that they have codified that into their constitution. Zelensky was talking about his constitution won't allow him to give anything up. Well, the Russian side also has a constitution. They have put that in theirs. And so they say that's all Russian territory, the entirety of it. So if now Putin agrees to anything less than that, and at least what's being claimed is under consideration on the Russian side, is that they will take all of Luhansk and Donetsk, but that they would consider conceding the remainder of the territory on the Ukraine side. Now, that would be a big problem for many in Russia, which we'll get to in just a second. But let me first of all show you on the Ukraine side. Aside from the obvious, they don't want to give up any of the territory and say permanently it's gone. But it would be an incredibly difficult pill to swallow for them to willingly withdraw back from those cases. There's another very practical reason, aside from just the emotional issue. There's a very practical military purpose. Gary, if you can put that map back up there for a second. So where that line of contact is, where the separation between the green and the pink areas there, that's where, especially in the Pokrovsk area, the Konstantinivka, Zaporizhia up in the north, but at the Kherson and Zaporizhia, the Kherson city we've been showing you in the bottom. That's where all of the best of the Ukraine defenses are located. That's where their fortifications are dug in. That's where their trench lines are. That's where they have all these interlocking defensive positions, etc. If you suddenly just walked back from all of that to the administrative borders, there's nothing back there at all. And if Ukraine militarily withdrew back to there, they would have to understand that the Russian army would then move right up. And if the Russian army wanted to continue going forward, there's nothing to stop them. One of the reasons, not one of the reasons, the main reason why there hasn't been any faster Russian movement up to this point is because the very, very skilled and defensive works of the Ukraine side, even though they're vastly undermanned and they're getting thinner, because of how effective they are at fighting defense, it slows down the Russian offensive. They're losing, they're just losing slowly. But if you take away all of those military advantages and move back to the administrative borders where there are no defenses, then there is nothing that if Putin just says, you know what, boys, just keep on going. They literally couldn't stop them then because they would be so undermanned, and Russia has so many manpower and equipment and armored vehicles, et cetera, they could literally just roll in. So that has to be on the mind of the Ukraine side. They have got to be thinking, and I think there's reason for this. If we agree to this, we've got to just flat out agree to an end of war. There's not going to be like a ceasefire. Well, yeah, we'll pull back to here and then we'll negotiate, because then that means that the war is still on and there would be nothing preventing Russia from going forward. So to move back to those administrative borders, you almost have to say, this is an end of war negotiation. This is an end of war deal. And then the Ukraine side has to just trust that the Russian side wouldn't go forward any more of that. That is an incredibly difficult for anyone in the West, least of all the Ukrainian president, to agree to. But there's also problems on the Russian side of that same discussion, because as I mentioned here, if that was true and Putin goes to Alaska and says, all right, we'll take all of Donbass and then we'll freeze the conflict down on the lines before, and that'll just be Russian territory. Everywhere we have a boot, we'll keep that. As this reporter here, this is Christine Neant, who is the deputy editor of International Reporters, who spends a lot of time in the Donbass, has been reporting down there for many years. She sent us a report this morning explaining why this would be a very hard pill for Russians to swallow.
All these scenarios that we see in the Western media about Russia taking just Donbass and the part of the Zaporozhye and Kherson regions that it has, and letting the towns of Zaporozhye and Kherson under Ukrainian control are completely bullshit. Because these 4 new regions, like Crimea, have been included into the constitution of the Russian Federation under their administrative borders. So Vladimir Putin cannot agree about letting the towns of Kherson and Zaporozhye under Ukrainian control. It would be anti-constitutional. It would be like full treason, and it would meant really a revolt of the Russians.
That's a pretty strong statement, one which I've heard echoed from other pro-Russian sources that I have queried in recent days. They said, yeah, it would be just unthinkable for Russia to do this. And this kind of gets back into, why is this meeting happening at all? Because for the two heads of state to get together on American soil, no less, it seems really unlikely to me that Russia would come and concede anything to Trump. I mean, I can imagine, aside from what these pro-Russian people themselves are saying, just rational thought and analysis would think, wait, Russia is on the offensive. They are in the superior dominant position. They have more manpower than the Ukraine side can ever muster. They have more in defense industrial capacity, more missiles, more rocket launchers, more artillery pieces, tanks, or infantry fighting vehicles, you name it. They've got everything. Drones are still roughly parity, but when you put that parity on top of all the other advantages, there's just no way that the Ukraine side can win. We've also been talking about that from the Ukraine side, has been talking more and more about how the fabric of the army is stretching to the limit and may not last through the rest of the year. Ukraine sources, because they talk about how there are so many casualties every day. They admitted that the numbers are probably over 1,000 killed and wounded. Some suggest it's higher, but it's been admitted that it's at least 1,000 killed and wounded, plus 500 per day, allegedly, are withdrawing and abandoning the battlefield and just leaving. So that has a net of, you might have killed, wounded, or abandoned. You're talking 1,500 per day. No army can sustain that kind of rate very much longer, even though they're trying to force mobilize. Additionally, speaking of that, One Ukraine source I queried this morning also said that there is an increasing opposition inside of Ukraine at the regular people level, that they are pushing back more and more on this forced conscription issue. There was a report in an Italian newspaper from Ukraine, which reported and quoted many of the people inside of Ukraine that says they have finally gotten fed up with this, because they see that it's a virtual death sentence with their loved ones, their male loved ones, to get taken. And so now then they are beating the conscription officials, the people who were coming to take these people. They themselves are now getting beaten, and some of their vehicles are getting burned. And there are more and more protests inside of Ukraine, which was unheard of. And that happened with this anti-corruption deals when it really started, but now apparently it's happening more and more away from the cameras in some of the outlying places where there's actually protests to end the war. This person told me, this is somebody that has access to the highest levels of Ukraine government, that it doesn't matter whether you're talking about the in government, out of government, the media, regular people, activists, all of them, they just want the war over. So whereas Zelensky is saying, firm, we're not going to do anything, the people in Ukraine recognize the reality. Apparently, the closer you get to the line of contact, the stronger that reality is, and for understandable reasons. They just want this war to end, and if they have to cede that territory in the east, they think that's the right price to do. Even though they don't want it, they think it's horrible, it's terrible. It's just one of the unfortunate results of an ugly war. And that's just the reality of it. And they want to acknowledge it. What they don't want to do is to continue having more of their sons and husbands and brothers stolen into a war and thrown into near certain death for a war that will not win. They recognize too, the war has already concluded in terms of the known outcome. It just hasn't been determined yet how big the price will pay. And nobody in Ukraine, none of the people, want to pay that price again for something that the outcome is already known. And man, who would want to blame any of them? And this source also told me that even though all people in all these categories feel this way, all of them are prevented from saying anything because they fear not just that they'll get thrown in jail, but many of them are afraid they will be killed by authorities. Just what I'm being reported here. I know that's an unsavory and unpleasant thing to hear, but that's what they are genuinely afraid of. And apparently some have met that fate, which sends a signal to the rest of them. And they also told me that a lot of the statements you see in the Wall Street Journal, and Washington Post, New York Times, et cetera, and some of the other big European newspapers, they get the official statements. They hear what Zelensky is saying. They aren't under any illusions that he's some big hero, but they also don't question a lot of these things. They just report what's publicly said, and they don't report many of these things. So that's why it doesn't get a lot in the Western media. So we don't hear a lot of these things. But if you talk to some of the people on the ground, that's some of the words that I'm getting as well. Okay, so that's what's going on inside of Ukraine. Now I want to look a little bit about some of the enduring problems that the West does have, about how this is viewed. There's a piece out in the Washington Post this morning talking about this, and there's several things I want to point out here that explain why this is so difficult for a lot in the West to understand. Putin is, again, acting like Hitler. Again, we just always seem to love to go back to that. According to the article, Putin, and a certain official from the White House said, is acting like Hitler, who received some lands and wanted more. Some U.S. officials appear ready to agree with his proposal to seize more Ukrainian land in exchange for weak words on peace, the official said. Like, we're going back to the appeasement of World War I, of Neville Chamberlain. They keep going back to that language. Here's the massive, huge problem with that. Actually, there's a couple. First of all, Putin is not Hitler. Hitler had territorial ambitions. He had continental ambitions. He had an army to back it up. He had an air force, a navy, everything that he needs to conquer territory and manpower, armaments, logistics, everything he needed, and a declared intent to do so. And so he kept going on. And when something was given to him, there was nothing to stop him. There were no nuclear weapons. There are nuclear weapons now. Hitler never had to deal with that. So had Hitler had to deal with nuclear weapons, even if he had territorial ambitions, he wouldn't be able to act on them because he wouldn't have been suicidal. He just wanted power, but he didn't want to cause something that would cause his own destruction. Putin, even if you think he has those ambitions and he hasn't stated them. In fact, he has, to the contrary, expressly stated the alternative, that they don't want more territorial acquisitions. They want security on their western borders. That's what he's saying anyway. But let's just assume that he's lying. Let's assume that none of these says in truth, and you shouldn't trust anything he says. You can trust that he's not suicidal because we do have nuclear weapons. So that's the first point. But then the second point is that when you talk about Hitler, this whole Hitler kind of thing, we talk about it like there's an option here. Like we can say, well, we don't want to reward aggression. We don't want to, give him the satisfaction of taking this territory. Okay, fair enough. You don't want to. But then there is the matter of the reality on the ground. Because here's what's so important for Western audiences to understand, and too few do. If you put policies behind that mentality, and we have up to this point, to include even so far during the Trump administration, and because we don't like that outcome, we're not going to agree to any kind of an end of war negotiations that would solidify those outcomes in those territories for the Russian side. All we're ending up doing is guaranteeing more Ukrainians die and more territories lost, because Russia has said from the outset, and I believe probably is still the case, they will either achieve what they want at the negotiating table, or they will achieve what they want with their military. They'll either take it or they'll sign an agreement for it. So if you care about Ukraine, then you have to take this bitter pill, swallow it hard, and end the killing right now, in the destruction of Ukraine right now. And listen, you can continue to build up. I wouldn't trust Russia. I wouldn't say, yeah, they said it's over, so cool, it's over, we can just go back to business as usual and not do anything about it. This has happened. So if I'm in the Baltics, if I'm in Poland, if I'm in Romania, I'm not going to trust anything. I'm going to build up my eastern defenses along the eastern part of my country, or the southern is the case for Poland, wherever it happens to be. All my borders with Russia, I would strengthen them, and I would make sure my military is able to repel any kind of an invasion. So by all means, do that. Don't trust anything Russia says, but also don't be so foolish as to say, because I don't like this outcome, we're going to do nothing, and we're going to allow Russia to continue to roll, to continue to kill more Ukrainians and take more territory. That's the bottom line. You got to look at this. You got to take the emotion out for a second and look at what makes sense and what's rational and what's logical. Don't condemn more of Ukraine to death and destruction that isn't going to change, because it doesn't matter if you want it or not. That is Russia's stated position. Now, this is ahead of the meeting in Alaska, assuming it actually comes off. We'll see if that does or not. But if it does, who knows what may come out of it. But at least up to this point, that has been Russia's stated position. And from a position of power, it's hard for me to imagine how that Putin is going to come to American territory and give something to Putin, to Trump, that Trump can't demand on the battlefield, or that Zelensky can't demand on the battlefield, or that the Europeans can't force onto Russia. So I just can't see him doing that. But I guess stranger things have happened, and we'll see. Okay, so back to the Washington Post. That was the first issue there. Second one is that Europe's is behind the Ukrainian completely. There are growing fears in Europe, that this meeting will only further solidify Putin's gains in his deadly war on Ukraine. Kiev has long insisted that decisions about Ukraine cannot be made without Ukraine. We've already talked about that. European allies appeared to rally behind Kiev and Zelensky on Saturday. Britain said that it was holding a meeting of national security advisors from Europe, Ukraine, and the U.S., hosted by British Foreign Secretary David Lammy and Vice President J.D. Vance, who happens to be in Britain right now. The Post continued on. Gary, if you can put that second one back up, or the next one up, in talking about what Europe is doing, what Keir Starmer is doing. Gary, there we go. There are growing fears that this meeting will, is that the same one? European House. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. Go to the next one, Gary. Yeah, I doubled up on part of that. Ukraine, the U.S. J.D. Vance, who is in Britain. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer spoke with Zelensky by phone on Saturday, that's earlier today, and agreed that we must keep up the pressure on Putin to end this illegal war. Okay, that sounds like, I mean, not sounds like, that is British Prime Minister Keir Starmer not getting in line with what Donald Trump is wanting to do here. He's telling Zelensky, yeah, don't agree to anything here. Keep the war going. We have to keep the pressure on Russia. That's not what you say prior to going into a negotiation if you think you're all together on one side and you're negotiating with the other side. This is saying, yeah, whatever Trump does, we're not in on it. So now then you have this real specter that you could have Europe and Ukraine on opposite sides of President Trump. Obviously, they're on opposite sides already of Putin. You could have a situation where Europe is going to set up a case to say, hey, we're not in with this. And as Dan Caldwell, former Defense Department official who was unceremoniously dumped by the Secretary of Defense for ridiculous reasons, put this on X this morning, saying it's worth noting that the sources in this story appear to be largely from Ukraine and Europe. Without a doubt, there is going to be concerted effort to undermine Trump's meeting with Putin by forces in Europe and Ukraine who have a vested interest in continuing this war. Now, that's something that was actually last night. That's something that I think deserves a little bit of consideration here, because it's and I think that's bolstered by Keir Starmer's comment this morning that he's encouraging Zelensky to basically keep fighting because they have a vested interest in this war to continue on. And as odd as that sounds, the evidence is very strongly getting behind it. Because if you wanted the war to end, then you would not be saying that. You want the war to continue. Now, that by itself is irrational. It's irrational for the West to say, no, we want to keep fighting out of some illusion that this harms Russia. Yes, Russian troops are getting killed every day. And yes, this does harm them in certain ways, without a doubt. I mean, no nation can go to war and not be harmed. But the net is their power, military power especially, but and even in comparison, the economic power is still in Russia's favor with all of the hits that they've been taking, with the difficulties they have, and with the inflation and some other issues inside their economy, which are genuine. But in comparison to Western Europe, they're in better shape. So all these sanctions we've continued to do to try this 18 rounds so far, and the threats of potential others, it's not working out for our side here. And on the ground in Ukraine, it's even less working out for our side. So Europe continues to say, well, no, let's keep the war going, even though everything I just described a second ago, they can see it. And that's why I consider these positions to be irrational and immoral, because it can't succeed. And no matter how much Europe wants it, it's easy for Keir Starmer to say that, for Emmanuel Macron, for Friedrich Merz. It's easy for them to say that because there are no Britons, Frenchmen, or Germans who are dying of this. It's the Ukrainians who are dying. The people that I just told you a minute ago are sick and tired of this war. They're sick and tired of the death and destruction, and they're terrified by their own government to be able to say anything out loud for fear that they'll be killed, not by the Russians, but by Ukrainian officials. And so you have all these Western Europeans seem to be excited about lining up behind, sure, keep that killing going on. Keep these forced mobilized people going out and stealing people off the streets. Take their fathers, take their sons, take their uncles, their cousins, whatever, whoever, I don't care. Keep taking them, because that's the net of what Keir Starmer is saying. Understand that. For Keir Starmer to say keep going means I endorse what you're doing. Keep on stealing men off the ground, throwing them into something close to certain death. Doesn't cause me any problem. Ain't none of my people. So whatever you guys do. If there was any kind of rational possibility, even if it was a relatively small one, 20, 30%, 15%, that if everything fell in the right way, we could still win, then there might be some justification to do that if it was fully agreed to by the Ukraine side and supported by the Ukrainian people. But it's not. There isn't a sliver of a chance. There is no chance. In human affairs, crazy things have happened in the past, but there is no rational belief for anything that's going to militarily prevent Russia from accomplishing its goals. And every single day that you keep trying this is condemning these very people to death, whom you claim on the one hand to want to support. And that's just the net of it. Let's see. Interesting. When you look at the Russian media, let me show you kind of what they're saying about some of this. A lot of them have been kind of cautious. Let's see this one here. He is saying, this expert here, this is in TASS, so this is the official, and I read through, and there's very little commentary on it, but what they're focused on mainly is on what may happen after the war. Because they say, listen, they want to continue to look for improvements in relations, in improvements of issues of bilateral relations in world politics, including Ukraine, during the meeting in Alaska. So they're actually thinking, yeah, we're looking beyond this, because I don't think, so far at least publicly, they're not questioning whether these rumors that Putin would consider giving away part of the what they would consider anyway, giving away what's in the Russian constitution of Zaporizhia and Kherson provinces. They're instead focused on almost the assumption that Putin's not going to do that, and they're looking at an end of war to where it's going to go on to improving bilateral relations. Because unlike anybody in the West, Russia is saying, everybody's going to be here. Europe is going to be there at the end of this war. Russia's going to be there at the end of this war. The territory of Ukraine is going to be there after the end of the war. We're going to have to deal with America after the war. Let's just get this ridiculous, painful, bloody situation in this that has harmed everybody. Let's get this into the past and start working forward, because that is going to happen. Now, you can make it a Cold War. You can make it an ugly peace. You can cause even more problems for yourself if you want, but it doesn't have to be that way. We can get back to, over time, and we're probably talking decades here, but you got to start somewhere. And it looks like the Russians are ready to start somewhere. There's a great deal of lack of trust and lack of belief in anything in the West within Russia. So they've got their own issues that they have to overcome to try and get back to any kind of normalized relations. Many in Russia don't want to have normalized relations, but they're willing to go down that path. And obviously, the situation in Europe, which I've talked about many times here. And naturally, the last one in line is Ukraine. They don't want to normalize anything. They understandably detest Russia. I mean, who wouldn't if so much of your country's been destroyed by a foreign army? That's just the reality of it. But what we have to do is start that process here. Then we have to look at President Trump, because he's also very instrumental in this, obviously. And you got to understand, I'm going to show you his. This is a live shot of his Truth Social right now, and these are some of the things that he's got on there today. So he's talking about a lot of things up here, but this is one of the things. This is earlier today, 3 hours ago. He says that as president, my highest aspiration is to bring peace and stability to the world. And he's talking about the Armenian Azerbaijan, which he brought the leaders in there, and they signed a document to end that war. And so he's got a bunch of pictures of it. And again, he's talking about Armenian Azerbaijan, and he writes on his social, if you can't read that, for more than 35 years, Armenia and Azerbaijan have fought a bitter conflict that resulted in tremendous suffering. Many tried to find a resolution, and they were unsuccessful. With this accords, we finally succeeded in making peace. And I think that right there shows you what Trump's mindset is. He obviously desperately wants the Nobel Peace Prize. That's what he's trying to get. You've heard him say, we've shown on this show here in recent days, where he claims that he ended 6 wars, and he's trying to get this one done here too. He genuinely wants the Nobel Peace Prize. I'm okay with that. If this war comes to an end because we finally do whatever it takes to end the fighting, that is terrific. Because we can work through all the issues of an ugly peace in time. If that can be done while there's no killing going on, that is a good thing. Now, I know people often say, no, an ugly peace will only set the stage for another war. That is always a possibility. Cannot deny that. It's happened many times in history, and by no means can anybody say that won't happen here. But what I can tell you conclusively is, if this war doesn't end, then you're not going to see an end through an ugly negotiation set of terms. You're going to see the military conquest of Ukraine. And then the future war you fear won't be even waged, because Russia will simply conquer the country. So that won't work out good. And then, of course, that'll just raise the fears in Eastern Europe and in the NATO's eastern flank, and will raise the fears. And we've already been seeing, the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte has emphatically said there will be no normalization with Russia even after this is over, and we have to get ready for war with Russia within 3 to 5 to 7 years, etc. So they have this buildup, pardon me, this buildup of rebuilding of military strength in NATO that will only just go on steroids. And then you will have the potential for a conventional and then, God forbid, a nuclear clash between the two sides if we let this go to its natural conclusion, which is a military conquest. That is bad for Europe. It is bad for Ukraine. That's bad for America. It's bad for Russia. Nobody would win there. And especially if you get a clash between the two blocks of Russia and its allies on one side and us and our allies on the other, then obviously the chances for nuclear war go through the roof. So you see, there's a lot riding on this. So if Trump wants a Nobel Peace Prize and he wants to bring this to an end, I'm all for it, because that at least lowers the chances that we'll get into a future conflict. You keep going with this, and if Europe undermines this, and I'll be watching to see what happens next, because don't be surprised if we see some sort of unexpected actions happen somewhere, or something that happens that it gets blamed on Russia, or they did this atrocity, we just uncovered it, or something like that, and we can't do a peace now. Be watching for something like that, because there are people, there are interests that are terrified of this peace more than anything. They do want the war to continue, and you cannot underestimate what people may do to undermine that. The odds are still very steep. We'll just clarify this at the end, for Trump to be able to end this on any kind of terms, really any kind of terms, because he's going to be faced with what happens if he gets it together with Putin in Alaska, and there's no outcome that he likes. What if there's no swapping? What if Putin comes there and in deference to the concerns he would face at home if he gave away any of that territory that, as Russians view it, giving away those parts of Zaporizhia and Kherson, and all of a sudden we have to change our constitution because now then people we told were going to be in Russia now aren't. Huge problems with that. So if Putin doesn't do that and says, no, we're not going to swap any of that territory, the only territory we'll swap is we'll get out of the Sumy region and out of the Kharkiv region, but we're keeping all of the administrative borders, like I've been saying forever. So that's the devil's in those details for sure, because that could mean what Putin is thinking when he says swap is that we'll go ahead and withdraw from those areas up there and from the Dnipropetrovsk region, but we're keeping all of this stuff here. So you see back on that, there's that map again. So if that's the case, then Trump is faced with literally coming away with nothing. Is he then willing to say, okay, that I'm willing to walk? Because whatever he agrees to, whatever it is, right now, Zelensky says he's not going to agree to it. So if that happens, if Trump comes to an agreement with Putin, but then he can't get Zelensky to do anything, now what does Trump do? Because now he's in a huge bind, because he is then faced with the specter of siding with Putin against Zelensky and by extension against Europe, because then he would have to say, all right, then I'm just walking away, because that would be really the only thing he could do. He couldn't compel Ukraine to do anything, but he could say, all right, then if y'all want to keep fighting, of course, I argued this is what he should have done on January the 21st, the day after he got his balls done. He probably the next morning should have said this. He still can, but it is now going to come at a lot higher cost than it would have earlier. But he's going to have to face this situation if Putin stays firm with his June 2024 terms and only wants to swap those other two territories where they do have troops inside of Ukraine and those other provinces. Then Trump is going to have to be faced with, I'll agree to Putin with that, but I can't get them to agree. And now either he's powerless and he's not going to be seen as a peacemaker. He's going to be seen as powerless because he can't even get his own side to agree to these terms, or he's going to have to just walk away and say, all y'all figure it out. Russia ain't going to do anything else with y'all. Europe, Ukraine, have at it. Y'all figure it out. That is still the best of the bad options. And Trump, I hope he's being advised by his inner circle that that's a distinct possible outcome of this meeting in Alaska, because it really is the most likely scenario, is that whatever Putin's going to come to, he's going to agree, and that Ukraine, even if, by the way, Trump, this is how hard it is for Trump, even if Putin did the unthinkable and did say, yeah, we'll just keep it at the line of contact, and so we'll forfeit all this stuff, he can deal with his trouble there. But Trump still has to get Ukraine to agree to withdraw from the first two provinces, Luhansk and Donetsk. And I mean, you see, Zelensky has categorically said he's not going to do that. Maybe that changes, Maybe there's some behind the scenes pressure that Trump can bring on to get Zelensky to do that. But Zelensky, we got to talk about this before we get off. He's got his own issues too, because he is faced at home. If he agrees to that, just like Putin, if he agrees to those terms, he's got a lot of domestic issues. Even though there are a great many people in Ukraine that want this war to be over no matter what it costs right now, there are also those in Ukraine that very much do not want the war to end. And if Zelensky agrees to concede any of those terms, like he said, that are in our Constitution, then he faces a real risk of possibly being ousted by people in his own government. Some of these very, radical pro-war allies that hate Russia so much that they are not willing to concede anything, and they only want an eventual victory. And they will say, no, we'll fight on forever, no matter what, hoping that at some point, eventually, things can turn, and whatever, it doesn't matter. We just won't give up. We'll be looking for a miracle, as we've shown you some Ukrainian people have actually said, and why they continue to fight. And so Zelensky, if he agrees to that, may not survive in power. And according to some, may not survive at all. That is how difficult this meeting is going to be. You're talking about Putin. Trump has some real difficulties here. Zelensky has some real difficulties. Putin has some real difficulties. Every one of these has a local constituencies to include the European leaders as a whole. So I guess the bottom line is, don't expect any kind of big breakthroughs here, but something's going to happen if the meeting comes off, and we'll see if it actually comes to place. Right now, both Washington and Moscow are both saying, yes, it's on. It's in Alaska for Friday. But especially with this Zelensky comments here, it's not without possibility that could postpone the meeting or delay it or something like that, or just cancel it outright. So we'll see if it actually comes. But if it does, the stakes are going to be huge for every one of these actors here. We'll see how all this works out, and you can count on Daniel Davis Deep Dive team to keep you informed, and we will continue.
Hello. Hello. Hold on a second here. Sorry, I'm out of my current home studio, so I'm on the road. So certainly will be. Let's see. Make sure audio's good. It appears that audio's good. It appears that everything's good. Everybody, just make sure. Let me know if you have any. When I'm out of the studio or what have you. Oftentimes I'm in a bunker at a remote location. Awful sunny for a bunker, but you know how these bunkers are. Let me see. Allow. But at any rate, so let's get going. Audio, video is clear. Thank you very much. Certainly appreciate the feedback and the help from everybody in the chat. Let's go. We'll start with the Russia U.S. Meeting in Alaska. A couple of things. Let's start here. Why Alaska? Why Alaska? One may ask. Here's what I think. It's remote. It's safe. Certainly Putin, the Russians were not going to meet anywhere in the EU. There was talk about the Vatican or whatever, nowhere near the European Union, because they don't trust them. And they know, for all they know, they may try some kind of a violent attack. They may try some kind of a terrorist attack. Certainly everything would be bugged, as everything always is bugged, but MI6, etc., would be all over it. So I think the Russians feel like this. Okay, Alaska, which I don't know how much you know about Alaska, but it's like a third the size of the rest of the 48 contingent states, and it has 300,000 people basically. So it is basically a vast empty land, and it's safer. It's kind of like you're going to meet a spy somewhere. I guess a spy, whatever. You're going to meet somebody somewhere, right? You say, where do you want to meet? let's meet somewhere where people can't bug us, people can't attack us, where we can look around, right? Where I can see everything way far around me. So I think it is it's close to Russia. There is some history. It's was formerly part of Russia. You may remember the old discussion about years ago about a peace bridge where the 25-mile. When people ask you this, what's the closest distance between Russia and the United States? 25 miles. That's the distance in our border in the Aleutian Islands. And there was once a discussion about building a bridge across 25-mile bridge, and that was going to be called the Peace Bridge. So the bottom line is this: there is history and there is symbolism available for Alaska. Additionally, there is, I think, some issues of safety, and of course, let's not forget, what is the discussion also now? It is Putin goes to the U.S. and then Trump comes to Russia, right? So the bottom line is this. I think that for the Russians wanting to do that, their best option was as close as possible as they could be to home, out in the middle of nowhere. Who knows? You never know what's going to happen in life, but let's see what happens and go from there. I also think that there are a lot of people who, there's great weeping and gnashing of teeth. It actually, I find it interesting, and that is, one thing I will never do. I will never say to myself, I think I'm smarter than Putin and Lavrov. Not based on what I've seen. Based on what I've seen, they have been chess players extraordinaire so far. So, for those who think that suddenly Putin and Lavrov and the Russian team have dropped their IQ by 50 million and, they're just puppets and whatever, Trump will come in and offer them an old bumper from a 57 Buick and they'll take the deal and walk away and be had again. I don't believe that. I don't believe that they have been so consistent saying, look, here's what you got to do. This, and this. From the very beginning, that has never changed. And the idea that after absolute consistent from the very beginning, what did they say? The root causes. What did they say 2 weeks ago? The root causes. What did they say 2 months ago? What did they say 2 years ago? The root causes. And they give a list of the root causes. Now, the safest bet is always consistency. They gave a list of the root causes before the conflict started. Putin gave a speech on the root causes right after the conflict started. And consistently from the day the conflict started till now, they've been consistent about the root causes. And people are like, well, I think they're going to abandon the root causes and just take whatever. It's not logical and it's not consistent. Okay. Now, let me go back to this. So the other thing the Russians have said is there's an acceptable deal. And here's what I have to say. Of course, acceptable is you've heard me say this, that's an American word. This is a translation from a Russian word. The closest they can find is acceptable. So don't think that acceptable necessarily, whatever word they use in Russian means the same thing. Here's what I think. I think that there is not acceptable from the perspective of, here's a final deal, let's take it. This is the way people are interpreting it. Acceptable. Oh my God, the deal's done and they're going to sign it. I'm going to say that ain't true, or it is true. Here's what I'm saying. The Russians know what they're dealing with. They've already said there will be no Minsk 3. They watched what the U.S. did with Iran. They know what time it is. How about this? What have the North Koreans said? The North Koreans said, we won't deal with the Americans. When Trump was like, he sent a letter to Kim Jong-un and said, hey, we want to talk. They ignored the letter. They said, we're not answering the letter. We're not talking to these people. We know who they are. It would be absurd for us to try to strike a deal with these people, right? So my point is, you think the North Koreans know it, and the Iranians know it, and the Chinese know it, and the Russians don't know it? As brilliant as they have been at handling this issue so far, I'm supposed to believe they suddenly became stupid and they just said, well, we'll just give everything up and we'll allow them to rebuild Ukraine and attack us again. You got to be. I think that's emotional. I think that is emotional. I think there are people who are afraid. They're manifesting their fears. Oh, no, they're going to take it. I don't know what to do. And they're winning on the battlefield. And that is creating a certain level of desperation amongst the Trump's people. So the bottom line is, I think that Trump has made some kind of an offer, not an offer, not some final offer. And here's what I think it probably is. One of the major hurdles, or the major hurdle, has been this: they're talking two different languages, wherein the Trump people are talking the Kellogg language, right? The Trump people are like, yes, let's talk about a land swap, and let's talk about we've got to force the Russians to do this. Let's talk about whatever, right? Let's talk about Putin wants to expand something, all this foolishness that has nothing to do with the Russians actually want. Saying you want, it's been a straw man argument, wherein the Russians say, we want to deal with the root causes, and the U.S. says, we'll make you an offer that has nothing to do with the root causes. And the Russians say, we want to talk about the root causes. Okay, well, how about this offer that has nothing to do with the root causes? And the Russians say, no, we want to talk about NATO expansion. I got an idea. Let's talk about something else that has nothing to do with the root causes. And that's been it. The Russians have said, we've got to talk about NATO expansion. And the neocons can't talk about NATO expansion. So they have to say, we're offering the Russians all kinds of things. You know, that's like a guy's girlfriend or wife says, you know what I want is candy. And he says, here's some flowers. And she says, but what I want is candy. Oh, here's a piece of jewelry. I want candy. Okay, well, how about I get you a new mop? And she said, you know what I'm saying? Anything but what you want. And she just holds to it and says, no, sorry, it's candy or nothing. I ain't taking that. Oh, fair enough. Okay, you got me. I'll tell you what. I'll buy you a new computer. Candy. That's what it is. It is continually trying to offer. Let's go back to this. Mercouris and a lot of other people have said this for a while, and that is what the West does is negotiate with itself, right? Instead of negotiate with the Russians, here's what they say. What can we give the Russians that will suit our agenda and allow us to kind of get out of this thing for a while and then attack the Russians later, right? Let's meet with France and Germany. France and Germany, let's come up with something to offer the Russians. Shouldn't we ask the Russians? No, because they'll tell us what they want, and we can't give them that. So they all get together, and they come up with a plan, and they say, we're going to offer the Russians this. And the Russians say, we already told you we won't take it. Hold on, wait a minute. Here's a formal notification. We're offering you this. And the Russians said, what are you giving us for? We told you that ain't what we want. And then the idea is to go, oh, the Russians won't take it. They don't want peace. They won't take the deal that we came up with amongst ourselves that we already knew they wouldn't take, that they told us they wouldn't take. Oh, imagine that. So it has been the West negotiating with itself, not saying what is it the Russians want. It is saying, what can we give them that will allow us to continue on this
Evolutionary salute to our Queen Toolbox Evolution for the donation. Salute Queen to the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love. She says, show our brothers some love for the juicy content. We absolutely need to continue to support the House Revolution. I appreciate you helping keep the lights on. Appreciate the audience. Salute, Queen. Very important.
This quest for hegemony. What will we give them that will allow us to continue to go after the Russians, allow us to continue on our agenda, and get the Russians off our back? But for God's sake, we're losing the war. The Russians are like, well, we're not going to take it. And oh, by the way, we're winning the war, so we don't have to. Okay. So here's what I believe happened for the Russians to say this is acceptable. They've always said, look, and it's consistent. The Russians have always said, we are always open to negotiation. That is a Russian way of doing things. It's a history. And let's face it, wars, people do negotiate during wars, right? So the Russians have always said, hey, we'll negotiate at any time. We just need to talk about the root causes. What I suspect the Russians saying it's acceptable, meaning acceptable to talk about, is this, that there was a discussion about the root causes. That somehow, somewhere in there, that Witkoff was authorized, as Trump's deputy, shall we say, Witkoff was authorized to say to the Russians, we'd like to meet with you and we'll talk about the did you ever see there's the old, I remember the old reruns of Happy Days, right? And Fonzie was the cool guy, and what Fonzie could never say was I was wrong. And so one time Richie tried to get him to say I was wrong, and he couldn't get it. He was like, you've got to say it, you can do it, Fonzie. And Fonzie like, I was right. He's the super cool guy. He could never say he's wrong. And that's probably where Witkoff was. Hey, We told you we want to talk about the root causes. Witkoff, what do you have to say? We'll talk about the. What was that? Can't hear you, buddy. A little louder, a little clearer. Can't hear you. You can do it. Root causes. And Witkoff's just like, okay, I'll write it down. Here, I'll pass you this. Nope, you got to say it. Talk about the root causes. I suspect, and this is all speculation. I suspect that there was what's the word I want to talk about? An agreement to at least begin talking about the root causes. Remember, Putin said, I ain't gonna meet with Trump. I would imagine this. Now, you never know what happened on the inside. Because remember, this is an opening. Somebody just put, there will be no peace from the Alaska meeting. Watch. Of course not. Understand the Russians. The Russians are very, very bureaucratic people. We got to meet. Lavrov's got to meet. Details have to be written out. This has to happen. Somebody has to. This is a 6-month program thing with them. It takes forever for them to do anything. So the idea that there's peace from that, I don't think that's going to happen. At any rate, I don't think that's a reasonable expectation. But at any rate, here's what I believe happened, and it makes sense. It's consistent with Russian diplomacy. Witkoff has been back and forth to Moscow for a while, and they've been trying to get a meeting with Trump for a while. Well, meet with Putin. Putin, we ain't ready for that. Okay, how about a meeting with Putin? Nah, not yet. Okay, meet with Putin? No. Here's what I suspect happened, and it makes sense. I mean, logically speaking, think of this. If you come to me, I want a meeting with you, Garland, and I say no, but what else am I going to say? I'm going to say, tell you what, you want a meeting with me? If you want to meeting with me, you got to agree to do this. This is the threshold for a meeting with me. If you want a meeting with me, you got to go here. No, if you can't go here, you can't get a meeting with me. And Trump has wanted a meeting with Putin for a long time for a number of reasons, not the least of which being his ego. I'm meeting with Putin. I think Trump looks up to Vladimir Putin for a number of reasons, to be frank. I think he does, because Putin's very successful, very powerful, and the people in Russia love him. And he's everything that Trump wants to be, except he's competent. Trump, well, that's a whole other story. At any rate, so here's my point. I would imagine, and this is logical and makes sense and consistent with the Russians' way of doing things and thinking, that when, and think about this, this is what I would do. When Witkoff came and said Trump wants a meeting with Vladimir Putin, that something was set out. Okay, if you want a meeting with President Putin, this is what we need. If you want a meeting, that some standard was set for something. Look, man, you want a meeting with Putin and Trump? We're ready to do that. We will do it. However, this is the minimum. Okay, this is it. You got to do this. You got to go here. You go here, you get a meeting. That Trump and it's consistent if you understand Russian culture, right? That to say, in order to get a meeting, this is the minimum. You have to agree. He'll have a meeting, but you got to talk about that meeting. Has to be a discussion, include a significant discussion about the root causes. We want to talk about the root causes. We want to talk about NATO expansion. Well, the President Putin's ready to have a meeting with you, but it has to talk about NATO expansion. Now, it could be wrong that that's what it's out. That's what I suspect it's about. The bottom line is this. I will guarantee you, as long as Trump's been asking for a meeting, that the Russians gave him the criteria. President Putin will meet you if you meet this standard right here. If you do X, and what is it they really want to talk about? The root causes. So guaranteed this. They're going to talk about the root causes. Now, I'm saying it's going to do any good. Trump, the neocons, whatever. Trump's got internal war on his own, and he's doing horrible things all over the world. But my point being, I think this meeting, there will be some discussion of the root causes, which is really bad news for the Europeans for this reason. And let me add this. It's beneficial to Trump because he wants out. He wants out. We can talk about everything else but Trump. Why he wants out could be evil and all that, but he wants out. That's the truth. Because the Europeans have to maintain the fiction of their narrative. that this has nothing to do with the root causes, that this is not about NATO expansion, that you can't even talk about NATO expansion, right? That that this is about one man, Vladimir Putin. He's just a crazy person, and he woke up one day and decided to attack Ukraine because, I don't know, he was out of Novichok and he needed to get more Novichok, and it's Novichok is grown in the fields of Ukraine, something absurd, whatever. But it had to be Putin's a bad guy, the Russians are evil, and they just attacked Ukraine out of the blue for no apparent reason. How evil are they? And when they get finished with Ukraine, they're going to attack all of us. So that's the fiction they have to maintain in order to gaslight their people, in order to continue saying, hey, we must go to war with Russia. Of course, you're all going to be nuked within the first hour, but that's not important. What's important is we, and by we mean you poor suckers that are being deindustrialized. We're going to the bunkers. You guys go get nuked. Have a nice day. Right? So they must maintain the fiction in order to gaslight their civilians. And if Trump starts talking about the root causes, that's real problematic. So again, I don't know that that's what's going to happen, but I suspect at minimum that I'm right, that something had some basics thing had to be met in order to get the meeting, and whatever it was, the Trump administration agreed to it, and since everything's root causes, I suspect that was it. They're talking about root causes, and I don't think the Russians have any delusions that all of a sudden the Americans are going to make a deal with them and keep their word, but it is very beneficial to them to get the discussion about the root causes out there. Okay, so I think that's what may happen, and if it does, it's very important. I hope they start talking about the root causes, because then it takes us closer to reality, and you can't get a deal. As we say in Zen, the tiger and the shark shall never fight, for they have no common ground, right? So the reality is that there can never be a peaceful resolution until both sides are talking about the root causes. Not that I think there can, but that's what it is. So to those who think that the Russians have played their hands brilliantly and they've suddenly lost all of their marbles and they're going to go there and they'll take anything that Trump offers them, you ain't been paying attention. And you ain't been paying attention to Russia's history. And you haven't been paying attention to Russia's military history, how they fight. You've been paying attention to Russia, what they do. Did they do that in World War II? Did they do that with Charles XII? Did they do that with no? The Russians' focus is on winning on the ground, and they will bureaucratically string this thing out as long as they have to. But they understand all that the power, their negotiating power, is also on the ground. That's why, see, that their negotiating power is on the ground. If it wasn't for the fact that the line is collapsing in eastern Ukraine, Trump wouldn't be screaming for a meeting anyway. This is kind of a panic. And let me say this about Trump. One thing you got to understand, I've come to learn, here's the thing about it. If you want to understand people, look for patterns. Look for a pattern. When you see people's patterns, me too, lots of us, most people do the same thing over and over. And oftentimes we have neurotic patterns where it doesn't work. Patterns are oftentimes, what's the term? Self-defense mechanisms, things like that. And we'll do the same thing over and over, and we'll do the same pattern over and over and over, right? And if you want to understand a person, understand their patterns. And if you want to be predicting a person, look at their patterns. They'll probably do the same thing over and over. Here's my point. People somehow think that Donald Trump has this is his long-term plan. Here's what I've realized. Donald Trump don't do long-term plans. Donald Trump, again, I am no person to diagnose a Donald Trump, but he displays narcissistic tendencies. He definitely displays narcissistic traits. No question about that. And I go back to my law enforcement days, because in law enforcement, you end up dealing with people who are narcissistic. You're arresting a lot of people, and you're arresting people, and you're dealing with crimes and criminals and interviewing people. And you end up figuring out that you're dealing with people. Some people are narcissistic, sociopathic, or psychopathic, those kinds of things you deal with, right? And what you come to learn is it's very difficult for us who aren't members of that community to understand people who have that thought process because it's foreign to us, right? So it's, you think about long term. Well, Trump's not going to do this because in the long term, that's going to happen. Well, I wouldn't do it because in the long term. Well, you got to think of the long term. People who exhibit those kinds of traits, right? Here's the thing about them. They don't think about the long term. They put out fires. I've told you over and over, I've seen people do stupid things, commit crimes. And you're like, what kind of an idiot would commit a crime that it's obvious that right after they commit the crime, everybody's going to know. Nobody else could have possibly done it but them. How about this? This is sometimes I like to do these. Things pop back in my mind from law enforcement. This guy worked at a Wendy's in Glen Burnie, Maryland, on Route 2 on Ritchie Highway, Glen Burnie, Maryland. And for whatever reason, he got fired, right? And he came back that evening with his brother or cousin or something like that and robbed the Wendy's that he used to work in with a gun. Comes in, puts the gun up to the people and takes the money and leaves. He used to work there. They had his social security number. They had his address. They had his phone number. They called the cops and they said, one of our former employees just robbed us. Really? Who was he? Come on over. Here's his name. When he got home, the cops were in unmarked cars waiting around the corner. He gets out of the car. They surround him, take him away. Now, one would ask oneself, wouldn't somebody think that they know who I am? And they're going, no, he had a gun. He wanted money. The money was there and he could get it. So he got it. He didn't have time to think about what was going to happen in the future. Here's my point. And I've told story after story from law enforcement where you see people who don't think about the future. They just deal with right now. Hey, look at that. There's money. I want money and I can get that money. There's no, oh, if I steal this money, then somebody will know who I am. They'll come get me. They don't have that thing in their head that allows them to think about, gee, if I do this, what consequences are there going to be? You know what I mean? You'll see these type of lunatics. They're in a relationship and they'll do something to screw their relationship up completely. And you'll say to yourself, dude, didn't you realize if you did that your girlfriend was going to leave you? If you said that to her, if you threw that at her, or if you stole her car, her TV, guy literally broke up with his girlfriend, put him out. He comes back and steals her TV. And she knew it was him. And then wanted her back. And you're like, didn't you think that if you did something like this in your relationship, that the person would never want you back? No. At the time he wanted a TV, it was there and he could get it, right? It is, if you think about it, these kind of narcissistic people really exercise Zen at the highest level. They're present right now. Right now, they're thinking about life. They ain't thinking about what's going to happen later or the consequences of their actions. Let me get back to Trump. Let me get back to Trump. Somebody says that guy wasn't a narcissist, Garland. He was a moron. The two things are not mutually exclusive. In fact, one could argue that the words are pretty much aligned. Here's my point. I've watched Trump's patterns. And here's what I can tell you about Trump. He doesn't have a long-term outlook. Think about this. His patterns say this. Trump says, hey, if you don't do this by August 8th, I'm going to do these huge bone-crushing sanctions. And you're looking at it like, but if you do that, it's going to screw up your economy and cause problems. And then our shelves, how do you do it? Trump ain't got time to think about that. Right now, the neocons are on his back. He's arguing with Lindsey Graham, this and that, bone-crushing sanctions. And you would say, well, what are you going to do when that date comes, Trump? Huh? You don't understand it. Now, August 8th comes, or the day before August 8th, they say, okay, Trump, you got to do the bone-crushing sanctions tomorrow. That's when he deals with it. Oh, crap. Yeah, that's right. Now he becomes an escape artist. That's what Trump is. That's what these people are. They consider themselves to be escape artists. That's how they live their life, as an escape artist. I will do something, and then when the time comes for me to pay the piper, I'll come up with a plan. Then who cares? So August 8th comes. All right, Trump, August 8th will be here in a couple days. And guess what? You're bone-crushing sanctions. And Trump's like, crap, what am I going to do now? He didn't think of it before it was there. Wickoff, get over there and get me a deal. I don't know what to say. Shut up. Get over there. Talk to Putin. What? And of course, Witkoff has talked to the Russians. So Witkoff can say, look, they want to talk about the root causes. Well, for God's sake, then tell them you'll talk about the root causes. We'll talk about the root cause. We'll talk about anything. You got to get me out of this. I can't do this on the 8th. Okay. Putin they go over there, they get a deal, and they say, Russians, we'll talk about the root causes. And the Russians say, well, we're men of our words. We told you that if you agreed to talk about the root causes, that we would meet with Trump. So we'll meet, and let's run through. So they work out the places, and Alaska is it. And of course, as you probably know, the Russians will make a deal, an agreement, and say we got to have our security forces there, immediately to work on all of this and ensure security. And we need the following things. And so they're doing their thing to ensure security. Everybody's doing what they need to do. And now they got the meeting. But it wasn't a long-term plan by Trump. It was putting out a fire. This is the problem I have right now. How am I going to deal with it? I'm an escape artist. I'm cornered. And when an escape artist is cornered, they escape from the corner, and then they'll deal with that. What Trump is going to talk about and what deal he's going to offer and this and that, he has no clue. He don't know. He doesn't know. And the Russians understand it, and they understand that he doesn't have the authority to do what he's pretending he has the authority to do anyway. That he is not in charge. Putin said it long ago. He says, it doesn't matter whoever the president is. The guys with the dark suits and the briefcases come in and tell him how it's going to be. Putin said this years ago. So he understands that Trump ain't in charge. And so do I. And I think a lot of people in the chat understand that same thing, right? So I think what we're looking at is, for the Russians, they got nothing to lose. They have nothing to lose. They're winning on the battlefield. We got nothing to lose. They want to talk about the root causes. If they can get a conversation about the root causes, why wouldn't they take that? They get a nice PR win. Everybody's running around. The Russians are crazy, and Putin's a crazy man all over the U.S. and all over the Europe. And Vladimir Putin gets to come in and say, I'm willing to be reasonable. I'm not going to talk. Now, why are you calling me a crazy man? And people get to see that, well, what are they talking about? He's just the president of Russia. Why is everybody calling him a crazy man? He's talking like any other president of anybody. So my point is, I can see everywhere it benefits the Russians. That's it. And I think the Russians are happy with Alaska as a very remote location. The Brits ain't there, and the Brits can't sneak her in, and Zelensky can't backdoor like he usually does at the UAE and show up at the last minute and try to get in and all of that stuff. Nobody gets there. They're going to be very isolated. I think the Russians like the isolation of it, and it makes sense. So that's what we're looking at. What's going to come of this? I don't think the Russians expect anything to come of it other than the wins that they put it to you like this. They get a certain amount of wins simply by having the meeting. So I think the meeting is a win for the Russians. I also think, let's not forget, you got the whole BRICS thing, and the Russians are constantly, saying to their BRICS partners, look, we're going to do everything we can to keep peace. So I think that it benefits them to say to their BRICS partners, hey, look what we're doing. We're doing everything we can to have peace. So it helps. They need that. The Russians are always cognizant of that. I think that they're marked in time while they win, and they know it. So that benefits them. So there's a lot of things. This benefits the Russians a lot. Trump, it kind of gets him out of a corner that he's an escape artist. He's always getting out of corners. And I think that's that. Now, I think as far as I can see, I think that's the long and short of that. Let's see what happens. Let's watch it. Let's not get too carried away and pretend that we can predict any outcomes. If you understand the Russians and how they do diplomacy, it's long and slow. So I would imagine the Russians to come out of this and say, look, next meeting, Trump comes to Russia. Another thing I'm watching, and that's very important, and that is the early September meeting with Xi Jinping. Now, I think that the fact that Putin and Xi are meeting in September 3rd makes it more likely and wiser that the Russians would accept this meeting with Trump. Here's what I mean. Clearly, the Russians and the Chinese are working together, right? And as has been reported, after President Putin's last call with Trump, he immediately called his buddy in China and updated him on the conversation, right? Well, they get ready to have a meeting. I don't think he just updated him on a conversation. I think they're strategizing. So I think it's wise. I think prior to the meeting, and let me say this, it could even be very much related to the meeting between Xi Jinping and Putin, right? In September. It's quite possible that Xi and Putin have been talking. Well, that's not just reported, and that perhaps Putin is going to run some things by Trump and say, "Look, I'm meeting with Xi Jinping in September, and this is what we're talking about, and this is some things, some questions we have, and these are some things." You know what I mean? And immediately afterwards, he's going back to Xi. That there is some triangulation there. That because they are partners. You know, the China doesn't do allies, but they do partners. As that I found out, we're doing some interviews on CGT, and don't say allies with China. As soon as you say, "Well, you're allies," we don't do allies. We do partners, right? I do think that there could be some announcements coming out of the meeting in September, and I think that it is actually wise for Putin to meet Trump first and maybe talk, get a feel for him, run some things by him, have some things that he can report back that they can discuss in that meeting. So I think that's important. I think that's part of what this is about. But we will see. We will see. Okay, let's do the one last thing here that before I go, I want to touch base on the other issue. A couple of things. Let's put a couple of things together. I think that the U.S. empire, look, the old thing is, you know, you're doubling down on stupid, right? The U.S. empire is overstretched militarily, overstretched from an intelligence perspective, overstretched economically. So why would you think that they wouldn't do something really, really stupid again? Two things I'll put together for you. Number one, think about these. It's blatantly obvious where they're going with this. Number one, Rubio and his arch Cuban right-wing Caribbean, Central American, South American conservative neocons, right? Number one, just put these two things together and say how obvious it is. We want a $50 million we've got a $50 million reward for the arrest of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, because he's a narco leader, drug gang running guy. Piece of evidence one. Piece of evidence two. Donald Trump is preparing for military actions against the drug cartels. He didn't say where. Put those two together. You're going to label Nicolas Maduro a drug cartel leader, and then immediately after, you're going to announce that you're putting together military groups for military actions against the drug cartel. Now, add this. After his first term, it was reported that Trump said, well, why didn't we just go to war with Venezuela? They got oil and they're close by and we could take their oil, you know, as a criminal thug would want to do. Hey, what'd I say? There's oil. It's right there. We can get it. Let's take it. Right? So what does that tell me? Now, let me add this. The U.S. wants to double down on its hegemony in the region. Well, if they want to take Canada and they want the Panama Canal and Greenland, what do you think that means about Central and South America, right? So what you're going to see is this: an attempt to dominate militarily, economically, but militarily, maybe go after Cuba, Nicaragua, and where's all that oil again? Venezuela. Nicolas Maduro is a drug cartel leader. We're putting together a military group to go after the drug cartels. Put those two things together, it's obvious. Now, who else do they hate? Claudia Scheinbaum. The she's a leftist kind of leader in Mexico. They're not too thrilled with her, are they? They're not too thrilled with some of the things that Mexico's been doing the last few years. Mexico has said they want to be a part of BRICS. Mexico has gone in a different direction than the United States wants them to go in. They're doing deals with China and they're friends with Russia and all that kind of stuff, right? So I think before even the speculation part, the fact that the U.S. says Nicolas Maduro is a drug leader, cartel leader, and then immediately after announces, oh, by the way, we're going after drug cartels, that tells you that their plans are military action against Venezuela. Now, from a guy who's been to Venezuela, traveled around Venezuela, that ain't wise. One of the things that the revolutionary government of Venezuela done, and here's what's interesting. The U.S., you got a lot of countries. We don't want you to have weapons. We got to take the people's weapons. No weapons for the people. Ain't the way it is in Venezuela. They arm everybody. They arm their people. Most people in Venezuela, a lot of them, but most of them are members of the government militia. In other words, they're a member of the army. Been there. They wear a tan suit. That means you're a member of the militia. But that's like most of the country. Millions, 30 million people. A lot of them are members of the militia. And they're armed, and the government has armed them so that if they're attacked by the U.S. or anybody else, they can fight millions of people armed. Anything that moves, it looks American, or whoever's attacking them, shoot at it, right? Let's not forget what happened in the infamous Bay of Piglets, right? The John Bolton plan to overthrow Venezuela, where they had like somewhere between 60 and 120, I don't know the exact number, of these mercenaries. And their brilliant plan was to come ashore on boats in Venezuela, to get off the boats and to, quote, make their way to the presidential palace and kidnap or kill Maduro. They didn't even make it ashore. They're heading ashore, and a bunch of fishermen, who are, of course, members of the militia, saw them. Hey, wait a minute. Those guys look like they got guns. They took out their guns. They got in a gunfight with them. They killed most of them. They captured a few, like 19 maybe. I think they killed a bunch and they captured 19 or 20, something like that. And they took them in. In other words, they didn't even make it past the fishermen. Why? Because that's Venezuela. The people are armed by the government, well armed. You go to Venezuela, I remember I was at a polling place and I realized there was a different mentality there. I remember I was at a polling place on election day, and there was these soldiers around, and they were armed, and they had jeeps, and they were soldiers all around. And I was kind of scared. And I said, aren't the people afraid with soldiers everywhere? And what they said was, no, they're here to protect us. And it's understanding that the people there, at least the majority of the people there, see the government as their ally. They see the government as the government who's going to protect them from, and they use the word of neoliberalism, who's going to protect them from the West, who's going to protect them from neoliberal capitalism. They'll say, we'll fight for our revolution. Bottom line is this. If you go there, the people are going to they're going to fight on behalf of the government, and they're armed. The people are armed and will fight against you on behalf of the government. It ain't wise to go start a war in Venezuela. You ain't seen a war like you'd see in Venezuela. So bottom line is, but I do believe that Trump and the neocons are now planning for military actions in the region. I think that we're going after the they ain't going after no drug cartels. Come on. The CIA is a drug cartel. I mean, look it up. Look up Air America, CIA bringing cocaine into it. Look up the Golden Triangle during Vietnam, the CIA bringing in heroin from Southeast Asia. Look up Afghanistan, the CIA bringing in moving heroin from Afghanistan. Look up El Chapo, the DEA making an agreement with El Chapo that he could transport drugs into the United States, specifically Chicago, but in other places, in return for information about other cartels. So you think they're worried about drug cartels? They're a big drug cartel. But my point is, that's an excuse for political actions. That's an excuse for political regime change actions. So, bottom line, the whole thing, the president of peace and Trump wants peace, and oh, he's going to do this and that. He's just another neoliberal, conservative, warmonger. And he's ducking and dodging, and he's backed into a corner with Ukraine, and he's trying to figure a way to use his escape artist tactics to get out of it. And there ain't no way out of this one. Defeat. That's the way out. That's the way out. And eventually, we're going to get to a place, quite simple, where it's clear and obvious that the West is suffering a catastrophic defeat at the hands of Russia, that NATO is suffering a catastrophic defeat at the hands of Russia. And that could be weeks, if not months away. That's where we are. And then what are they going to do? They don't have the military capacity now to intervene. They've thrown all of their weapons either in Israel or in Ukraine, and they've all been blown to smithereens or used up. So they don't have, the only thing they could do is take a suicide pill. Well, we're going to throw a nuke at Russia, and then they're going to nuke us and we'll all die. There we go. That's their only option. They don't have a military option, really. They're not in a position to fight. They're not in a position to economically do anything. They've played every hand they have. So I think that what we're looking at, part of what we're looking at now is this. I'll end with this. This whole what is it? What do they call them? Bone crushing sanctions, and everybody knows that if tariffs or whatever, that this stuff would destroy the U.S. What we're looking at is, and here's the difference between, say, a Trump and a Biden neocons, a Blinken neocons. In Blinken's book, Ally versus Ally, one of the things that he discussed was taking action against Russia, even though it would have significant negative effects on the business community and, of course, the people in both Europe and the U.S. Basically, Blinken saying that him and his neocon faction says we're only concerned about geopolitical advantage, and we don't care if it crushes the economy of the working class. We'll do whatever we need to do. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Nord Stream attack, right? Who cares? Great, whatever. We want geopolitical advantages. Okay. And that is the difference. Now, Trump may bungle and stumble into using his boneheaded economic beliefs, tariffs and stuff, into political disaster. Bottom line was the U.S. is heading there one way or the other. Okay, one way or the other, the U.S. is heading to economic disaster. So they're throwing some Hail Marys that aren't going to do any good anyway. But Trump is less likely to say, let's take this action for geostrategic advantage, even though we know very quickly it's going to destroy the economy. He's a neocon. But the Blinken people and the Bolton and the Lindsey Grahams will say, let's take this, but it's going to destroy our economy. Who cares? We gotta stop Putin because we gotta kick Putin's ass because we gotta crush China's account. That's gonna, he won't even, and if you say to Graham and those people, but it's gonna destroy the US economy and the people in the US will be crushed economically, he'll say, huh? I don't understand the question. What are you talking about here? Let's get back to destroying Putin and bone crushing sanctions. And boy, we're gonna let Putin. That's all. They don't care. Give a crap about you. Trump. And this is not positive or negative about Trump. Trump is that there are factions of the ruling elite that are less likely to do that, and factions that are more likely to do that. The Lindsey Graham is a faction that's more likely to do that. Trump is part of the faction that's less likely to do that. That's all it is. It's warmongers, nevertheless, a different brand of warmongers, a different strain of warmongers, but warmongers nevertheless. Some a little more reckless than others. That's all. In some areas, some are more reckless. I think I'd say Lindsey Graham is a more economically reckless. They're there are people that'll take bigger chances and stick their neck out further. And Trump ain't one to stick his neck out as far as a Lindsey Graham. That's what I would say. So he don't want to. And here's the other part of it. For Lindsey Graham, it's easy. And his group, you know why? And I think Trump knows this. If they take an action, bone-crushing sanctions, and a month later our economy just bottoms out, collapses, they know Trump will be blamed for it. And at that point, they'll say, They'll leave Trump on an island. Hey, what do you think, Lindsey Graham, about that decision that was made? Well, I wouldn't have made that decision to crush Putin. If it was me, I think Trump made a mistake. Perhaps we need to get rid of him and bring somebody in here that's going to do a job. They'll leave him on an island and stick a knife right in his back. That's the truth. If, in fact, what do they have? They got nothing to lose. They take this action. It doesn't work. It crushes the economy. They then turn on Trump and say, I wouldn't have did it if I was him. What a terrible thing. What a stupid thing. So that's where we are. That's my thing. That's my video for today. That's the way I see things. Speculation. You know, people will be like, you're wrong, Garland. I may be. This is speculation. I'm just a schmuck here. I'm just a schmuck. All right. Let's see. We're going to look and see if we got any super chats. And if we do, I will answer them. Let me see something. Oh, there's Myra Page. Hi, Myra. Myra is here all the time. We really appreciate Myra. Let's see. Chicken patty, of course. I'm still looking, guys and girls. Okay, let's go. What the heck that is? Vincent Vega, maybe? Thanks for all you do, Garland. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Vincent Vega. I hope I'm doing that. I got that. I've interpreted that right. Let's.
And that is that the New START Treaty, the New Strategic Arms Limitations Talks Treaty, signed under the Obama administration, was actually extended when it went out of business in 2021, and it was extended for another 6 years. So we don't have to worry about that strategic level nuclear agreement until 2026, next year. But these, some people view arms control as an illusion. It doesn't make any difference what people agree to do. They never completely agree to it. But the truth is that both we and the Soviets, and then subsequently we and the Russians, have done a pretty good job of adhering to the various treaties. These treaties have saved us a lot of money, and I think they have also created a climate of what I would call of thinking people that are sensitive to the nuclear issue, want to avoid a nuclear collision at all costs. And I think that's the real problem right now. Something has happened, and I'm not sure what it is, both in the senior ranks of the American military as well as in Washington among politicians on the Hill and in the White House. They think that this is something they can play with, that this is something they can maneuver. In other words, the whole threat of nuclear war. The Russians take it very seriously. They are not insensitive to the consequences of blast heat and radiation and the loss of millions of lives. But for some reason, we in the West don't seem to think in those terms. And so the Russians are taking prudent measures. They're going to move weapons closer into White Russia. They've already done some of that, as well as areas in the Western theater near St. Petersburg, north of that. And all of this is in response to things that we've been doing. And remember, we only very recently decided, for reasons that make no sense at all, to deploy tactical nuclear weapons to Great Britain, England, in fact. These are weapons designed to be delivered by aircraft against targets like St. Petersburg. So then you look at the Kaliningrad disaster, this general who was the co-architect of the disaster in the Afghan withdrawal, Donahue, a man who spent most of his military career in special ops, where I'm sure he was quite good. I just don't think special ops necessarily prepares you for strategic level thinking and discussions and decision making. But nevertheless, we have no real general staff corps. We have no real meritocracy when it comes to the selection of senior officers. So his statement is frightening, because that's the kind of thing that leads you down the road to a nuclear disaster. And I think whether people realize it or not, we're on that road. I don't think the Russians are bluffing.
Well, in fact, I want to go further. So I just showed you that on the Newsweek there, where it had the Russian foreign ministry claim about why they pulled out of this. And then we have this morning, that was yesterday, this morning, Dmitry Medvedev on X just a couple of hours ago, I think, said that the Russian foreign ministry statement on the withdrawal of the moratorium on the deployment of medium and short-range missiles is the result of NATO countries' anti-Russian policy. This new reality, all our opponents will have to reckon with. Expect further steps. So what do you suspect that he may mean about these further steps?
I think his point is that the Russians are not bluffing. You know, President Trump, as we both know, says one thing and 2 weeks later says another. And we know that he responded recently to the statements about that Medvedev made in a fit of anger. He was supposedly very angry. And he deployed 2 submarines to positions closer, presumably to Western Europe and Northern Europe than they had been otherwise deployed. First of all, you don't make decisions in a fit of anger. I mean, that's catastrophic. And then secondly, what Medvedev does is that he says things publicly that Putin absolutely refuses to say publicly. Remember, Putin's argument is, let's have private discussions. We can sit and talk about this in private. We don't discuss these matters in public, not because we want to keep everything hopelessly secret from the publics in Europe or the United States or Russia, but you can't make much progress when someone on the other side, and this is particularly true for President Trump, is exploiting the opportunity for some sort of political gain at home. And Putin wants nothing to do with that. So Medvedev, from time to time, steps out and he'll say something that Putin probably agrees with, but would never say himself. And I think that's what's happened. And Trump, President Trump, who is the head of state, as well as the political leader of the country, would bother responding is really the question on my mind. Respond to President Putin, by all means. But don't respond to Medvedev. He may be in the inner circle, but let's not impute to him anything more than an attack dog role and understand what that is. I mean, the Russians don't like Lindsey Graham, but I can tell you that President Putin listens to what President Trump says, not to what Lindsey Graham says.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I want to just for those who may not know, because for some, 1987 will be ancient history, but I want to get kind of a running start to see what this INF treaty was supposed to mean for
between U.S. President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin that is supposedly going to take place in Alaska, that is in the United States. I want to go over what the Western media is saying about this. I want to talk about the pattern of serial violations the U.S. has demonstrated throughout this 21st century, the last 25 years, in regards to making deals with other nations, using negotiations as cover to, in fact, attack another nation, to decapitate its leadership. Also talk about America's relationship with Russia, specifically since the end of the Cold War, and the repeated betrayal of Russia by the United States and its promises regarding NATO and its encroachment up to and all along Russia's border. Let's take a look at what the media is saying. The Western media, CNN, Trump-Putin summit in Alaska resembles a slow defeat for Ukraine. And this is an analysis piece by CNN. And I will give you a few key quotes from the article. The conditions around Friday's summit so wildly favor Moscow. It is obvious why Putin leapt at the chance. After months of fake negotiation, and it is hard to see how a deal emerges from the bilateral that does not eviscerate Ukraine. I think this person was a little too anxious and emotional to actually write complete sentences. Kiev and its European allies have reacted with understandable horror at the early ideas of Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, that Ukraine cede the remainder of the Donetsk and Lugansk regions in exchange for a ceasefire. Of course, this is all about securing a ceasefire. Why does the United States want to secure a ceasefire? Because it wants its European client states to move their troops into the remainder of Ukraine's territory, thus freezing the conflict, allowing the US to circle back to it at a later date, while through strategic sequencing, they focus on Iran and China in the Middle East and the Asia Pacific region, respectively. The main goal is a ceasefire, and that itself is a stretch. Putin has long held that the immediate ceasefire demanded by the United States, Europe, and Ukraine for months is impossible, as technical work about monitoring and logistics must take place first. He is unlikely to have changed his mind now. His troops are in the ascendancy across the eastern front line, and that is true. And it's not really a matter of what Russia is going to concede to. We have been at this juncture before in the last 8 months. The United States has demanded ceasefires, even partial ceasefires. About 4 months ago, I remember doing a video about a ceasefire in regards to striking energy infrastructure that Russia did actually agree to. But when you looked at the details of it, it was a meaningless gesture. And it was just Russia going along and just moving things along and running out the clock as it continued to gain on the battlefield. And I'm almost certain that that is what Russia is doing right now. I will explain what my concerns are regarding this meeting in Alaska in just a moment. Let's continue with the CNN analysis piece. The article ends by saying, consider Putin's mindset for a moment. The third Trump threat of sanctions has evaporated, and his forces are moving into a period of strategic gain on the front line. So even the Western media is admitting that Russian forces are gaining. And this is something that was obvious for months, if not years. And the Western media covered this up and spun it in the exact opposite direction. But now they admit that, yes, Russian forces are gaining on the battlefield. He's got his first invitation to the United States in a decade to talk peace about Ukraine without Ukraine, discussing a deal where he doesn't even have to fight to get some of the rest of the land he wants. And this is before the former KGB spy gets to work his apparent magic on Trump. Of course, it's all absurd, and this is about this fake narrative where President Trump is appeasing the Russians. He's a Russian puppet, and this all needs to be opposed by Democrats in the United States and, of course, all of Europe. There is this fake divide that the Western media has tried to depict between Europe and the United States, when in fact, Europe is doing exactly what the Trump administration is telling it to do, which is just a continuation of what the Biden administration had told it to do during Biden's 4 years in office, and so on and so forth. Now, the article is talking about how this deal is so good for President Putin. It's so good, it almost seems like it couldn't be true. And that's because it isn't true. The United States is not going to make any sort of concession to Russia. It does not seek in any shape, form, or way to end this conflict. It simply wants to freeze it so that it can deal with its more immediate concern, which is China, the rise of China. Stopping China's rise, maintaining U.S. hegemony over the world requires stopping China first and then circling back to Russia later. There's no interest in peace or cooperation with Russia, not even in the slightest. Never has been, and there never will be, not as long as the current interests running the United States remain in power. And I want to refresh everybody's memory regarding this 1992 New York Times article, U.S. strategy plan calls for ensuring no rivals develop. They're talking all about how the U.S. wants a unipolar world order where it and it alone is the sole world superpower and every other nation falls under its domain. That is what this article is about. It will be in the video description below, so click on it and read it. That was U.S. foreign policy back in 1992 at the end of the Cold War. It is currently U.S. foreign policy now, and it has been U.S. foreign policy from the end of the Cold War all the way up until now. It has never deviated. That is what the U.S. wants. That is what it is pursuing. This war in Ukraine is not a war between Russia and Ukraine. It's not some sort of misunderstanding between Russia and Ukraine. It is not a war between Europe and Russia. It is a US war against Russia being fought through Ukraine. And we know this because the same New York Times, much more recently, talked about how in 2014, when the US politically captured Ukraine, overthrew the elected government, politically captured Ukraine, the CIA took over Ukraine's intelligence agencies. That includes all of its intelligence agencies, the intelligence agencies that are assassinating military officers, journalists, and others in the streets of Moscow. That is the CIA doing that through intelligence agencies. The CIA has trained, organized, and directs. The Operation Spiderweb, where Ukrainian drones struck at Russia's nuclear deterrent, its strategic bombers, that was organized and executed by the CIA through these intelligence agencies it controls. This New York Times article explains, admits that the CIA has been in Ukraine since 2014. They have built a network of physical bases all across Ukraine, including all along the border with Russia. They have trained operators who conduct armed missions against Russians inside Russian territory. They cultivated Blundanov, who has admittedly said that they have attempted to target and assassinate Russian President Vladimir Putin himself. Then we have this other article. That was 2024. We have this article from the New York Times, The Partnership, The Secret History of the War in Ukraine. This New York Times article, March 2025, talks about a military base in Germany where US officers stand at the top of the armed forces of Ukraine's chain of command. They do everything from developing high-level strategy to picking individual targets on the battlefield to be struck by US and European missiles. The US provides intelligence to target and take out. It is a US war being fought through Ukraine. It is the CIA operating Ukraine's intelligence agencies. It is US generals at the top of the chain of command of Ukraine's armed forces. So it is a US war against Russia. It is not a war between Russia and Ukraine. The US is just backing Ukraine in. It's very important to understand that. It's also very important to understand that not only does the United States control Ukraine, it also controls all of Western Europe. The European Union is a layer of bureaucracy that the US put into place specifically to smother out the sovereignty of the individual European member states that make up the European Union. And this has been going on for decades. And over the last 25 years, you can really see a transition where you went from strong-ish, independent European leadership to subservient proxies who just do exactly what the US says. Yes, there is theater where they pretend that there is some sort of split between Europe and the United States, but that is only to grant the United States plausible deniability from the actions European nations take as dictated to them by the United States. I'll get to that in just a moment. But I want to go look at this Reuters article. This is another recent article about the upcoming meeting. Moscow warns of titanic efforts to disrupt Putin-Trump meeting. And it says certain countries will make titanic efforts to disrupt the meeting US President Donald Trump announced on Friday with Russian President Vladimir Putin for August 15th. Russia's investment envoy, Kirill Dmitriev, said on Saturday, Trump has said earlier that Russia and Ukraine were close to a ceasefire deal that could resolve the 3.5-year conflict. So here's the US pretending to be a mediator in its own war on Russia. This is a US war on Russia. It is a US war that President Donald Trump himself helped precipitate during his first term in office. 2019, Trump administration approves new sale of anti-tank weapons to Ukraine. That was not a decision he just made off the cuff during his first administration. It is all part of long-stated US foreign policy objectives. All of these measures were written in a policy document by the Rand Corporation titled Extending Russia. I will show that to you right now again. The link to this will be in the video description below. It is essential reading. Extending Russia competing from advantageous ground. This was prepared for the US military. It's not just some random report put out by the Ranch Corporation. And if you look at the different measures US policymakers set out for US presidents and the US Congress to carry out, you will see there are economic measures, there are geopolitical measures, everything from sanctions to stopping pipeline expansion were mentioned, hindering petroleum exports, all of which started under the Obama administration and have continued through each successive administration, including the current Trump administration. Imposing sanctions is also on there. Again, obviously being continued by every administration since. Provide lethal aid to Ukraine, increase support to the Syrian rebels, promote regime change in Belarus, exploit tensions in the South Caucasus, reduce Russian influence in Central Asia, challenge Russian presence in Moldova. Every single one of these measures are still being carried out to this day. Providing lethal aid to Ukraine began under the Trump administration, at least publicly, back in 2019. That was President Trump who played his role precipitating this conflict US policymakers sought to create with Russia in Ukraine. So there's nations that are going to make titanic efforts to disrupt the meeting between President Trump and President Putin, including the United States itself. That is what the United States is doing. That is what the United States just did, again, under this Trump administration, just earlier this year, during their negotiations with Iran. As they lured Iran in to negotiate over their nuclear program, which the US has no business posing as arbiter of in the first place, the US had already spent months or longer preparing Israel to carry out a decapitation strike against Iran's military, political, and scientific leadership. And so as the negotiations were taking place, the negotiations being carried out to create plausible deniability for the United States while their Israeli proxies struck at Iran and carried out this unprecedented attempt to decapitate Iran's leadership, military, civilian, scientific, to shift responsibility onto Israel and also to shift all of the retaliation from Iran onto Israel. That is what we watched. But that essentially was a US decapitation strike carried out through Israel against Iran. And now they are setting up the exact same ploy against Russia, using Europe and Ukraine as the stand-in for Israel. So chief among the nations interested in disrupting this meeting and continuing the conflict is the United States itself. It wants to freeze the conflict. It does not want actual peace. And that is not even what President Trump has proposed since coming into office. Since even before he came into office, I reiterate over and over again that J.D. Vance, before the elections, was talking about not wanting to send weapons to Ukraine because the U.S. needs them for a much larger, more dangerous war with China. But not because the U.S. wants peace in Ukraine, but because that conflict should be dumped on the Europeans. It should be frozen or pushed onto the Europeans. There was never any serious talk about actually ending it. And there still is no serious talk about actually ending it. The goal is to extend Russia, not make peace with Russia, not integrate Russia back into the Western world. The goal is to extend Russia and precipitate a Soviet Union-style collapse. That is the goal. That is the only goal. That was always the goal since the end of the Cold War, was to prevent the reemergence of Russia. There is this BBC article. Ukraine's European allies say peace talks must include Kiev. So again, we're back to Europe pretending to have some sort of split with the United States over the resolution of America's own proxy war on Russia through Ukraine. It says European allies have rallied behind Ukraine in a renewed surge of support, insisting any peace talks with Russia must include Kiev. And what they are trying to do is set up a spoiler. The US pretends to reach some sort of agreement with Russia over the conflict in Ukraine. Russia agrees to some sort of ceasefire with the United States. But because Europe is posing as having some sort of split between the US and itself, they're not on the same page. When the ceasefire is enacted, European forces move into Ukraine to create a buffer zone to freeze the conflict rather than end it. That was the plan. That is not some plan the Europeans came up with on their own. That is what U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth told Europe was the plan all the way back in February. And I could prove it because it's all written down on a statement from February 12, 2025. This was during the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said nothing of the sort about ending the conflict in Ukraine, nothing about peace. He talked about freezing the conflict so the U.S. could pivot to China and then come back at a later date. That is what Secretary Hegseth was talking about. That is what every single policy paper produced by the people now in President Trump's cabinet had said, even before the 2024 elections were held, including the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025. I'll go over some of the quotes from that paper in a moment, but I want to show you Secretary Hegseth's comments to Europe back in February. He begins by talking about expanding NATO spending. NATO exists to confront, contain, and eventually absorb Russia. That is why NATO exists. It was put into place to counter the Soviet Union, to dissolve it, and to prevent the reemergence of the Russian Federation. And that's what it exists to this day to do. So Secretary Hegseth tells Europe, safeguarding European security must be an imperative for European members of NATO. This is all about division of labor, and he will literally use the term division of labor. As part of this, Europe must provide overwhelming share of future lethal and non-lethal aid to Ukraine. So he's not talking about ending the war. He's talking about no longer having the U.S. be the sole supplier of weapons to Ukraine. Europe needs to take over this responsibility, and he'll explain why in just a moment. Members of this contact group must meet the moment. This means donating more ammunition and equipment, not coming to any sort of agreement with Russia. More arms, more equipment, leveraging comparative advantages, expanding your defense industrial base to make more weapons to kill Russians, and importantly, leveling with your citizens about the threat facing Europe. And by that, he means Europe's need to fight America's proxy war for it. Part of this is speaking frankly with your people about how this threat can only be met by spending more on defense. 2% is not enough. President Trump has called for 5%, and I agree. This is what he said in February, and this is what it said in 2023 when the Heritage Foundation first published Project 2025. They said more spending on NATO. That was predetermined by the policy paper. The Trump administration is simply implementing policy that was put down on paper back in 2023. Then Secretary Hegseth explains why the conflict needs to be frozen, because European and non-European troops need to be moved into Ukraine. And that means stopping Russia from advancing any further. So not ending the conflict, creating a Syria-style buffer zone, and freeze. Security guarantees, so this is Secretary Hegseth, security guarantee must be backed by capable European and non-European troops. He's not talking about Americans, European and non-European troops. If these troops are deployed as peacekeepers to Ukraine at any point, they should be deployed as part of a non-NATO mission because they don't want Article 5 applied. He even says that. And they should not be covered under Article 5. There must also be robust international oversight of the line of contact. So he's talking about a freeze, not ending the conflict, not resolving it at the core of the issue, which is the U.S. using Ukraine as a battering ram against Russia to overextend it and hopefully contribute towards its collapse. So then, as there is now, there are efforts by the Western media to portray Europe as divided from the Trump administration. But in actuality, when Secretary Hegseth announced these directives, Europe complied obediently. They all took turns telling him, yes, we're going to spend more on defense. We are going to invest in our military industrial base. We are going to send more weapons. We are going to divert money from public interests in our own country to your proxy war in Ukraine. They have all done this despite pretending that there's some sort of split between themselves and the Trump administration. They have all agreed to increase spending on NATO from 2% of their GDP to 5%. People said, well, it's impossible. They will collapse their economy. Just like it's impossible for Ukraine to fight and win against Russia. Their country will crumble and be destroyed. And yet they're doing it anyway. And yet Europe is going to do it anyway because they are politically captured by powerful US corporate and financier interests. That's the whole point of installing a client regime. You get the country to do things for you at their own expense, things that a sovereign nation would not ever agree to do. Then Secretary Hegseth uses the term division of labor outright. He said, we face a peer competitor in the communist Chinese with the capability and intent to threaten our homeland and core national interests in the Indo-Pacific. The U.S. is prioritizing deterring war with China in the Pacific, recognizing the reality of scarcity and making the resourcing trade-offs to ensure deterrence does not fail. So what he is saying is that the U.S. does not have the ability to fight its proxy war against Russia and also attempt to contain and antagonize China at the same time. This is why they need a division of labor. They need their proxies to take up more of the burden sharing, which is exactly how it's described in Project 2025, so that they can focus on China and then circle back to Russia. Deterrence cannot fail for all of our sakes. As the United States prioritizes its attention to these threats, he's talking about China, European allies must lead from the front. Together, we can establish a division of labor that maximizes our comparative advantages in Europe and Pacific, respectively. And then that is what they have all done. That is what they were doing already under the Biden administration. And now it has been openly discussed and accelerated under the Trump administration. Continuity of agenda. And then Secretary Hegseth makes it abundantly clear that this war will never end. It simply will be fought predominantly by America's European proxies. In my first weeks as Secretary of Defense under President Trump's leadership, we've seen promising signs that Europe sees this threat. He's talking about Russia. Russia is not a potential partner. There's no peace to be made with Russia. Russia is considered a threat by the Trump administration, just as it was under the Biden administration, and just as it was in all of these policy papers written by the people that now line President Trump's cabinet, just as it was all stated by those who lined President Biden's cabinet. So he talks about Sweden recently announced its largest ever assistance package to Ukraine to fight Russia. We applaud them for committing $1.2 billion in ammunition and other needed material. Poland is spending 5% of GDP on defense already. So people who said that they can't, well, some of them already are, which is a model for the continent. That's right. Polish subservience to U.S. interests is a model the United States wants all of Europe to follow. And 14 countries are co-leading capability coalitions. These groups are doing great work to coordinate Europe's contributions of lethal assistance across 8 key capability areas, which includes things like drones, artillery, ammunition, and many other necessary things needed to keep the U.S. proxy war going. These are first steps. More must still be done. We ask each of our countries to step up on fulfilling the commitments that you have made. We challenge your countries and your citizens to double down and recommit yourselves not only to Ukraine's immediate security needs, but to Europe's long-term defense and deterrence goals. And they're talking about in regards to Russia as a threat. Russia, who Europe was cooperating with, buying gas from in peace side by side until the United States overthrew the government of Ukraine, began militarizing it, and creating a national security threat to Russia right on its own borders. And that began under the Obama administration. It continued under the first Trump administration, all throughout the Biden administration. And now it is reaching a crescendo here during the second Trump administration. Does any of that sound, back in February, does any of that by Secretary Hegseth sound like the US wanted peace, or to end the conflict in Ukraine, or to just dump it off on Europe, just like J.D. Vance said before the elections even took place? Very obvious. It sounds like they have no intention of ending the war by any means at all. All of this represents continuity of agenda. All of this was predictable if people ignored the rhetoric, the propaganda, the nonsense coming out during the Trump campaign's bid for office, and subsequent rhetoric coming out of the White House. If you just read the policy papers, you would have known all of this, and you wouldn't have held your breath for any sort of change at all. This is the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025, Mandate for Leadership, the conservative promise, Project 2025 Presidential Transition Project. And really all it is talking about how to continue all of the policies under the Biden administration, under President Trump, and to do so through slogans that convince conservative voters that somehow these policies Biden had been pursuing are now in their best interests. And they've done that through just putting MAGA and America first in front of all of these policies that they're continuing uninterrupted. So if you go through this paper, and the link will be in the video description below, it is 920 pages long. If you want to find the specific place quote that I am reading, you just listen to a few of the words that I'm saying. You use Control F on your keyboard. That will give you the search function, and you type those words in, and it will bring you to where in that document these words appear. That is how you search through a document that is 900 pages long. The United States and its allies face real threats from Russia, as evidenced by Vladimir Putin's brutal war in Ukraine. This is a paper written by people who are now in President Trump's cabinet, as well as from Iran, North Korea, and transnational terrorism at a time when decades of ill-advised military operations in the greater Middle East, the atrophy of our defense industrial base, the impact of sequestration, and effective disarmament by many U.S. allies have exacted a high toll on America's military. I wonder if they include Al-Qaeda and ISIS in transnational terrorism, especially considering how the Trump administration just delisted al-Nusra, Jabhat al-Nusra, which was Al-Qaeda in Syria, just delisted them as a foreign terrorist organization because their leader now happens to be the U.S. installed client regime, heading the client regime in Syria. This is a grim landscape. The United States needs to deal with these threats forthrightly and with strength. Maybe you could say peace through strength. But it also needs to be realistic. It cannot wish away these problems. And these are not actual real problems. These are nations within their borders pursuing their own best interests on the other side of the planet from where the U.S. is located on a map. The U.S. cannot accept any peer or near peer adversary or rival, as stated in 1992. That is the real problem, which isn't actually a problem for Americans and their best interests. It must confront them with clear-eyed recognition of the need for choice, discipline, and adequate resources for defense. So you can hear them laying the groundwork for the directive Secretary Hegseth delivered in February. So this was 2023. Secretary Hegseth was repeating it almost verbatim just earlier this year. In this light, U.S. defense strategy must identify China unequivocally as the top priority for U.S. defense planning, while modernizing and expanding the U.S. nuclear arsenal and sustaining an efficient and effective counterterrorism enterprise. And this is what Secretary Hegseth repeated earlier this year. China is the #1 priority. U.S. allies must also step up. So here's the division of labor, with some joining the United States in taking on China in Asia, while others take more of a lead in dealing with threats from Russia in Europe, Iran, the Middle East, and North Korea. Division of labor. The reality is that achieving these goals will require more spending on defense, just as Secretary Hegseth repeated earlier this year, both by the United States and by its allies, as well as active support for reindustrialization and support for allies' productive capacity so that we can scale our free world efforts together. Free world efforts means American primacy. And so this is the policy that was determined before the election was even held the next year in 2024. And this is what the Trump administration is now implementing verbatim, line by line. Project 2025, again, published in 2023. This is what it says about increasing NATO spending. Increase allied conventional defense burden sharing. Okay, This is what they're talking about. U.S. allies must take far greater responsibility for their conventional defense. U.S. allies must play their part not only in dealing with China, but also dealing with threats from Russia, Iran, and North Korea. Make burden sharing a central part of U.S. defense strategy with the United States, not just helping allies to step up, but strongly encouraging them to do so. And that was the whole point of Secretary Hegseth delivering that directive in February, and since then, all of Europe complying, despite this play acting that there's some sort of divide between themselves and the Trump administration. Transform NATO so that U.S. allies are capable of fielding the great majority of the conventional forces required to deter Russia, while relying on the United States primarily for our nuclear deterrent, and select other capabilities while reducing the U.S. force posture in Europe, not because they want peace, but because they need those forces to antagonize, contain China, and eventually fight China off their own shores. Again, on the other side of the planet from where the US is located on a map. The Europe, Eurasia, and Russia region is made up of relatively wealthy and technologically advanced societies that should be expected to bear a fair share of both security needs and global security architecture. The United States cannot be expected to provide a defense umbrella for countries unwilling to contribute appropriately. At stake after 2024 will be examining the status of the Wales pledge of 2% of gross domestic product toward defense by NATO members. The new administration will also want to encourage nations to exceed that pledge by, hey, say 5%, which is exactly what they did. So this is what I'm talking about. The policy papers, that is the plan. That is what they are going to do. Everything else is just a distraction away from it, an attempt to convince you that the U.S. wants peace and prosperity and cooperation with everyone else, to draw them in so that's easier for them to overcome their adversaries. If their adversaries all read these policy papers, understood the plan, and created a united front against the United States and its ambitions, the U.S. would outright fail. They wouldn't even stand a chance. And why? Why do people continuously fall for this? Why do they fall for this? Because human nature desires peace, stability, and prosperity, so much so that they'll lie to themselves when they see an emerging threat that they don't really want to deal with. They see what is required to meet that threat, and they are not willing to invest that in doing so. And so they will lie to themselves and say, no, I think maybe the US can be reasoned with. We can get some sort of leverage over them. We can change their mind. No, you cannot. You cannot change their mind. The people driving US foreign policy do not face any of the actual consequences that will befall the United States when these nations start pushing back. Tariffs, for example, are going to destroy, and already in a way are destroying, the US economy. But it's not the people writing the policy that pay the price. It is the American consumer, ordinary Americans. These people still, at this point, have almost in complete impunity from the consequences of their actions. Absolutely everyone else pays for these consequences except for them, which is why they continue unabated. Until you can impose consequences on these people specifically, or you just physically prevent them from advancing their objectives through economic coercion, political interference, covert and overt military force, until you can do that, nothing is going to change in terms of U.S. policy. So we understand that there is continuity of agenda. The U.S. has no interest in peace. They simply need to freeze the conflict so they can perform their division of labor and their strategic sequencing. What is Russia going to do about all of this? Why is Russian President Vladimir Putin meeting with U.S. President Donald Trump in Alaska, of all places? Why is he doing this? And based on previous statements and decisions made by Russia just over the last half year or so, and you might remember about 4 months ago, there was a proposed ceasefire in regards specifically to energy infrastructure in both Russia and Ukraine. It was proposed by the United States, and Russia agreed to it, and they adhered to it. And it was easy for them to adhere to it because they had already devastated Ukraine's energy infrastructure. A 30-day pause was not going to change anything one way or the other strategically or even tactically in regards to fighting the conflict. They agreed to it. Ukraine obviously was never going to uphold it, and they were able to point to that and say, see, we agreed to this. Ukraine betrayed it. This is why we don't agree to these type of ceasefires. This is why we will not agree to a general ceasefire. And so they were playing along with it. They basically timed out the clock. They bought more time as the battlefield continues to shape up in favor of Russia and its objectives. Russia is likely doing something very similar here. However, President Putin traveling to the United States is just inconceivable. It is happening in the middle of a war the U.S. is waging against Russia, a war where the U.S. is essentially killing Russians, not just in Ukraine, but all across Russia itself. Again, the New York Times admits the CIA is running the Ukrainian intelligence operations targeting Russian officers, Russian journalists, and others in Moscow, the capital of Russia. So just in principle, it seems inconceivable that President Putin would travel to the United States to talk about a war the US is waging against Russia and killing Russians in Russia. But then we have to think about the track record of the United States, the general impunity it believes it has on the global stage. We remember during the first Trump administration, there's many examples of this, but I'm going to try to focus on just the Trump administration. During the first Trump administration, while the US waged war on Chinese telecom company Huawei, they had Canada arrest the deputy chairperson, Meng Wanzhou. Do you remember? She was arrested and essentially held captive in Canada while the US attempted to dismantle Huawei worldwide through sanctions and bans and forcing its client states to ban Huawei products from their markets. Just this week, earlier this week, President Trump was gloating and mocking Iranian General Qasem Soleimani, who was lured to Iraq, again, to talk with the Iraqi government, and where President Trump claims he gave the order to carry out a drone strike, killing him in Iraq, assassinating a senior Iranian general. And this is him gloating just earlier this week.
In 2010, Staff Sergeant Willett was conducting a resupply mission in Afghanistan when his vehicle was struck by a roadside bomb. You know who did the roadside bomb, right? Soleimani. Where is he? Where is he? Where is Soleimani?
And even as President Trump invites President Putin to Alaska to talk about peace, the United States continues in all other areas pushing forward with continuity of agenda in regards to Russia and Russia's allies, Iran, China, even Venezuela. You might have heard about this. This was August 7th. U.S. secures strategic transit corridor in Armenia-Azerbaijan peace deal. And so this is the United States meddling in the Caucasus region, south of Russia's border, north of Iran's border. And again, this is literally one of the geopolitical measures listed in RAND Corporation's extending Russia policy paper, exploit tensions in the South Caucasus. That is exactly what this is a manifestation of. So even as President Trump invites President Putin to the United States to talk about peace, the U.S. is still checking off the boxes of this policy to extend and ultimately collapse Russia. This is the AP article that goes along with the clip that I just played of President Trump mocking the U.S. assassination of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani, Iran being an ally of Russia. And we have this. This is just 2 days ago. U.S. offers $50 million reward for arrest of Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro, another ally of Russia. And so the U.S. is trying to kill or capture all of these leaders of Russia's allies, and they're inviting President Putin to go visit the United States. Let's continue. This is all from this week. U.S. proposal for Lebanon-Israel resolution demands Hezbollah disarmament, Israeli pullback by end of 2025. Well, this can be reversed at any time. Israel can always just invade Lebanon again. You cannot easily reverse the disarmament of Hezbollah. And again, it is a U.S. demand that the Lebanese government is at least going to attempt to implement. And what is the dismantling of Hezbollah? Well, that is an ally of Iran. This is part of further isolating Iran so the US can eventually collapse and dissolve Iran as a nation state, just as they have Iraq, Syria, Libya, and many other countries in the region in just the last 25 years. President Putin might come to Alaska in the United States. The trip might be canceled last minute, but maybe he will come and absolutely nothing will happen. However, the United States has demonstrated over the last 2 or 3 years a desire to carry out unprecedented acts of aggression, targeting national leaders, destroying entire countries, installing literal terrorists into power, targeting Russia itself, a nuclear-armed superpower, with US missiles. A lot of people said the US will never do that because Russia has nuclear weapons and they will respond. And yet the US did it, and Russia did nothing, at least not with their nuclear missiles, in response. And so people who are depending on Russia's nuclear deterrent to somehow protect President Putin, I think that is a miscalculation. I cannot say for sure what will happen, but I think the risk is extraordinarily high, much higher now than it would have been a few years ago if this meeting was proposed then, especially considering how the US used talks and negotiations to attempt to wipe out the Iranian leadership, succeeding in wiping out Hezbollah's leadership, the fact that they're openly calling to arrest leaders of Russian allies. It just seems like a completely unnecessary and also inappropriate trip to make for the Russian president. And President Putin might believe that by doing this, they're giving the US a face-saving way to remove themselves from this conflict. The problem is, we come all the way back to this, where we began. 1992, New York Times article, US strategy plan calls for ensuring no rivals develop. That is still the plan. That has not changed. And so there is no face-saving way to get the United States out of Ukraine in a way that will also give them a way to exit out of this overarching geopolitical objective, to ensure no rivals develop. All the US is going to use this opportunity for is to retrench, rearm, reorganize, and restart hostilities again when terms are more favorable for them. And the only way I could imagine that Russia would agree to this is if either they're recklessly delusional or if they believe they can make better use of the time, as they kind of sort of did with the Minsk agreements. They used that time to prepare their military for the special military operation they knew was inevitable. They had no choice, had to be launched. They used that extra time to prepare for it. The US used that time to prepare Ukrainian forces against the special military operation. Something similar might be in the works. I just think that it's an incredibly dangerous prospect to visit the United States at a time when the US is literally openly trying to kill the leaders of nations it has designated adversary. And as the policy papers have all demonstrated, Russia is on that list next to Iran, China, North Korea, and others. We will have to keep a very close eye on all of this. I urge people to please read the policy papers and look at these developing events in that context. Stop listening to the rhetoric coming out of the White House, coming out of the Western media. All of that is explicitly designed to manipulate both the public and the diplomatic efforts of other countries around the globe. That is the purpose of all of that. It is not to inform them. And so if you are informing yourself by listening and sifting through rhetoric that is designed to mislead you, you are always going to find yourself lost, off the path and completely lost. The policy papers were written years ago. You can see each administration going down the list, checking them off, delivering directives where they're repeating the policies almost verbatim and implementing them step by step. That is how I knew President Trump was not going to end the war as he promised. That is how I knew the US and Israel would attack Iran at a time everyone had high hopes regarding U.S. negotiations with Iran. And that is how I know for a fact the United States is not interested in peace with Russia. Now, the only mystery to solve is exactly what the U.S. plan is, how the betrayal will manifest itself, in what way and along what timeline. So we'll just have to wait and see until further information avails itself. I will continue keeping a close eye on all of this. If you thought this video
Maduro $50 million reward for the unleashed Epstein files. So I wanted to tell people this. I don't know if you saw this, Kurt.
Oh, yeah, I did. I think I commented on it at her or on something.
Today, the Justice Department and the State Department are announcing a $50 million reward for information leading to the arrest of Nicolas Maduro. He's the president of Venezuela. Now,
Hand it over.
Now, the reason why why do you think we're trying to arrest the president of another country? That's what we're doing. That's what that says. That's Attorney General Pam Bondi. And so why do you think they're doing that? So I guess they have a little extra money because they used to have a $10 million bounty on the Al Qaeda leader's head. They had a $10 million bounty on him. But now that they made him president of Syria, I guess they have a little extra money to kick around. And so now they upped it and they gave it to $50 million for
is he going to be the president of Gaza?
I wonder if he's going to be the president of Gaza. So here she is. Let's listen. So just so you know why they're doing this, it's because they want their oil. There's the people who run our country want, just like the reason why we overthrew Iran. The reason why we overthrew, Iran in 1953, Mossadegh, democratically elected guy, because they wanted to steal his oil. And then they installed a puppet. So now they're trying to get rid of Nicolas Maduro, and they've been trying to do this forever. And then they're trying to install a guy named Juan Guaido. Remember that? So this is the United States being the world's terrorists. This is not because we care about the people of Venezuela. We don't care that Nicolas Maduro's a dictator. We're in bed with the biggest dictator. Right now, we're funding a genocide. We don't care about people. This is about the people who actually run this government wanting to go and steal their natural resources in Venezuela, and that's what this is all about. So let's listen.
You know what they're pinning on him, right?
No.
That those gangs that came in when the illegals were in, that Venezuela was purposely sending them. How did they get him here, though? I think that was with Catholic NGOs, if I remember correctly. So you're just going after Nicolas Maduro for that, not the vast infrastructure it took to bring the fentanyl and the illegals here. It's so insane.
And not the Joe Biden administration for keeping the border open?
Not Joe Biden or Hunter Biden.
Right. Here we go.
Today, the Department of Justice and State Department are announcing a historic $50 million reward for information leading to the arrest of Nicolas Maduro. Maduro uses foreign terrorist organizations like TDA, Sinaloa, and Cartel of the Suns to bring deadly drugs and violence into our country. To date, the DEA has seized 30 tons of cocaine linked to Maduro and his associates, with nearly 7 tons linked to Maduro himself, which represents a primary source of income for the deadly cartels based in Venezuela and Mexico. Cocaine is often laced with fentanyl, resulting in the loss and destruction of countless American lives. The DOJ has seized over $700 million of Maduro-linked assets, including 2 private jets, 9 vehicles, and more. Yet Maduro's reign of terror continues. He is one of the largest narco traffickers in the world and a threat to our national security. Therefore, we've doubled his reward to $50 million. Under President Trump's leadership, Maduro will not escape justice and he will be held accountable for his despicable crimes. If you have any information to bring this criminal to justice, call 1-202.
So now, if you believe what she just said, you are what they call a chump. You're a chump. It's the CIA who brought crack cocaine into the inner cities in California.
Sinaloa, are you joking? Is this a joke? Yeah, no, that's a CIA operation. They took over the cartels in the 90s.
Yeah.
So that's what all that is.
And if you don't think that there were powers in the United States that wanted this country flooded with fentanyl, you're also a chump. Just like they wanted the country flooded with undocumented illegal immigrants. That didn't just happen. That was a policy choice. They didn't only do it in the United States, they did it in almost all of Western Europe, to the point where now Keir Starmer, the guy who used to call you a racist for being against open borders, is now demanding that the people of Britain deserve an answer of why they were subjected to an open borders experiment. And they're playing the same kind of game here.
Don't answer the question or you'll be banned from Twitter and jailed in Britain, by the way, if you give them the answer of why that happened.
Yes. Here's someone being funny. Do you pay me in cash or check? So they're just telling you that he's at the palace. He's at the presidential palace. Here's the information. He's at the palace. I
heard BB's was in town though. You could catch that wanted worldwide criminal.
Yeah. He's in Venezuela. How many times do we have to say it? By the way, none of this made me forget that Epstein files haven't been released. Nice try though. So that's more distraction.
That's what I said I think I threw the B word in, Jimmy. I mean, I don't mean to. But.
Yeah. He's in Venezuela. The Trump administration roundly mocked over a $50 million bounty for Nicolas Maduro. We know where he's at. He's at the presidential palace in Venezuela.
Hey, contact our man Juan Guido, and maybe he can go deep behind enemy lines the way Bilbo, not a Jew who did so many years ago.
So, I mean, the Bondi accused Nicolas Maduro of being one of the world's largest narco traffickers and working with cartels to flood the U.S. with fentanyl-laced cocaine. She added that Venezuela should not be flooding the United States with deadly illicit drugs when we all know that is the CIA's job.
Yeah, no competition. We should just make it a podcast at this point. It's not a real place. It's not a real country. Can we just understand that?
So the phrase "he's in Venezuela" was actually trending on Twitter because of this. He's in Venezuela. So this is another Epstein sleight of hand, trying to distract you with this because they don't want to talk about Epstein. Many users also pointed out the news of the new reward comes as the Trump administration struggles to deal with the fallout from the Epstein files. He's in Venezuela with the Epstein files, joked a user. He's in Venezuela, but also we need those Epstein files, said another. He's in Venezuela. I talk Zelle, Venmo. I take Zelle, Venmo, cash. The Department of Justice. So this is all funny. So this isn't working. What the Trump administration keeps trying to do, people see right through their bullshit. They're just as phony as the Biden administration was.
Have you seen the new headlines that from Israel that there's people say there rabbis over there saying Trump's being punished for not bombing Iran enough, so that's why they were linking him.
Oh, really?
It would make sense why the Wall Street Journal did it, wouldn't it?
Yes, that would make sense why the Wall Street Journal leaked that.
Because Trump said they're starving the Gazans. Remember?
That's right.
And that was a big no-no.
Oh, so that was.
I don't know if that's true, but I just saw those headlines today. I mean, it makes sense, though, a little bit, doesn't it? With that.
Venezuelan Foreign Minister Jan Gil released a statement characterizing the reward as pathetic and accusing Bondi of orchestrating a crude political propaganda operation, because that's what it is.
Yeah.
We're not surprised coming from who it comes from, the same one who promised a non-existent secret list of Epstein and who wallows in scandals for political favors, Gill said, referring to the backlash Bondi faced after the Justice Department announced last month that a long-rumored client list of the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein does not exist. Maduro was indicted in the Manhattan federal court in 2020 during Trump's first presidency, along with several close allies of federal charges of narco-terrorism and conspiracy to import cocaine. At the time, the U.S. offered $15 million reward for his arrest. That was later raised by the Biden administration to $25 million, the same amount the U.S. provided for the capture of Osama bin Laden following the September 11th attacks. Despite the big bounty, Maduro remains entrenched. After defying the U.S., the European Union, and several Latin American governments who condemned his 2024 re-election as a sham and recognized his opponent as Venezuela's duly elected president. Last month, the Trump administration struck a deal to secure the release of 10 Americans jailed in the capital in exchange for Venezuelans getting home scores of migrants deported by the United States to El Salvador under the Trump administration's immigration crackdown. Shortly after, the White House reversed course and allowed the United States oil producer Chevron to resume drilling in Venezuela after the United States sanctions previously blocked it. So you want to see why they're putting a $50 million bounty on Venezuelan president? Let's watch. Who bombs their neighboring countries every day? Iran. He's saying, who bombs their neighboring countries every day? Is it Iran? No, it's the Zionist state led by Netanyahu, who tests bombs by destroying buildings, houses, hospitals, schools, maternity wards. Who does that? Not just now, for 76 years, they've let genocide in Gaza happen. And still, every day they kill 100 Palestinians. 60 boys and girls, women, the elderly. They've destroyed 80% or more of the buildings and houses in Gaza. Schools, mosques, churches, hospitals. They've destroyed everything. And that Western world of European elites and U.S. imperialists supported the destruction and genocide of Gaza. A genocide broadcast live on social media. Then they went after the people of Lebanon. And then they also killed dozens, hundreds of innocent people in Beirut. In southern Lebanon, the noble Arab people of Lebanon, they are our brothers. Then they went for Syria. And they still bomb it whenever they feel like it. Netanyahu and the Zionists. Now they try to crush Iran. And war has broken out where Iran has shown immense military power. And as the Iranians themselves say, they still haven't brought out the strategic weapons. Hang on. That they've prepared. What do they... Hang on. God damn it. What do we want for humanity? What do we want? That a nuclear war escalates? I don't think so. That a war escalates and starts to take on global characteristics and takes all of Central Asia, East Asia, the Middle East, Europe, and once again brings a great destructive war to the whole planet. Those who hold political power and have driven this war with just one word could stop it. But every day, the arrogance and supremacists throw more fuel on the fire every single day. We in Venezuela advocate for peace, for a just peace. And we support the Palestinian people, the people of Lebanon, the people of Yemen, the people of Syria, and the wonderful people of the Islamic Republic of Iran. So that's why this is happening. Because he said that, and Trump's bosses in the Likud party, Benjamin Netanyahu and the Zionists, they made him do this. Here it is. This is so dumb. It's a bigger reward than they ever offered for Osama bin Laden. This is all more pathetic when you know it's just cope. a bone for the anti-Maduro hardliners in Florida after Chevron got a new license to operate in Venezuela.
Wait, Chevron, isn't that the one that killed all those Amazon natives' land, and then the guy that sued and
yeah,
won?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Chevron. That they polluted and then they lost the court case, and then they got the judges in America to put the lawyer.
Yeah, they got a corrupt judge.
Yeah.
To put the guy on some kind of house arrest, and then that same corrupt judge presided over a fake Trump case.
That same
and
judge.
Trump's not rectifying any of that.
No, he's not. Isn't that interesting? You think Trump would?
What a joke! It's just such a joke watching this shit now. Who believes in this shit still?
So
how can you believe in America at all? By the way,
Maduro responds to Trump's $50 million bounty on him with a $50 million reward for the unleashed Epstein files.
Oh, please somebody do that. Oh, please somebody snitch
What a
that
move.
50 million.
What a move.
Far-right U.S. President Donald Trump appears to have thought he was being clever by increasing the U.S. reward on the head of a Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, from $25 million to $50 million, but it soon backfired. Used to U.S. attempts to undermine and sabotage his country, he's used to attempts by the U.S. to sabotage his country. Maduro has put the attention back where Trump was trying to deflect it away from by offering a $50 million reward for the Epstein files on sex trafficker, pedophile, and Trump's former best pal, Jeffrey Epstein, which Trump has refused to release despite campaigning for president on the promise to do so. Last month, Trump spoke unintended volumes when, after being asked about the files, he squirmed and tried to pretend that Epstein was old news. You still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That's unbelievable. So I think
we didn't want justice for Jeffrey Trump. Everybody wanted to know why you haven't punished the people that were doing things with him.
Right.
Is it because it's so many people you can't? That's what I think.
So things are, it's 8 months in. We're not even 8 months in. We're 7 months into the Trump presidency, and it seems like it's unraveling. Although they did get their big, beautiful bill passed, so that's all they really care about.
Yeah, everything else
they got
matter.
they got their $1 trillion war budget. They didn't cut anything from Doge, none of it. They exploded the deficit. They gave another tax cut to rich people, cut health care for working people. It's the same old story. And they tried to wrap it up like this is some kind of victory for democracy in America, just like the Democrats try to pretend that pointing Kamala Harris as the nominee without a primary is a victory for democracy.
I can't wait to see who the next president is. It's going to be it's going to be great watching that. Can you imagine the excitement of which of these two amazing parties you had to choose from is going to really take things forward in a great way? Like somebody that, I mean, what a hilarious.
I can't believe people still fall. I really can't believe that. But, Kurt, just as many, if not more people fall for what I just showed you with Stephen Colbert saying that, we think that the Democrats are for democracy and getting money out of politics. They're the good boys. They're the choir boys. They're the Boy Scouts. No, they're
for stupid Hollywood people and stupid New York people and stupid DC people, which is a minority of people, by the way, which Colbert mentioned. The majority of people hate them.
The majority of people hate them.
All these are people that make a living being Democrats. And I don't mean because the DNC is directly paying them. I mean, you're an actor and you want to be good in with Jimmy's old friends.
Yes.
Who I don't know why you're even upset about that. What a favor you had done to have those people out of your life. What a favor. What an absolute favor from God you had.
And if you want to do yourself a favor and come see a great stand-up comedy show,
but it needs to get better sources.
Look, the whole thing is a hoax. It's put out by the Democrats because we've had the most successful 6 months in the history of our country. And that's just a way of trying to divert attention to something that's total bullshit.
Total bullshit. That's his line. The Epstein files trying to divert attention. Apparently, that's the media and not the actions of the Trump administration. Okay. That was also, by the way, J.D. Vance was responding to a story, which we'll return to in a little bit, where there was some story reported by CNN that they were going to convene some grand Epstein meeting of the principals to figure out how they were going to handle it. But we couldn't help but flag this from the Times of Israel. Our friend Glenn Greenwald was able to find it. Let's go and put this up there on the screen, shall we? So here we have a rabbi. He's a blogger for the Times of Israel. Yosef how would you say that? Yanovsky? All right, we'll go with that.
We'll go with that.
Trump and his administration criticized Netanyahu and Israel, he writes. Quote, and now the Epstein files are haunting him. For a long time, the files had subsidized in the background, but they were considered to be a much more threat to Trump. All of a sudden, right after he started up with Israel, the files surfaced and they seemed to be overwhelming him, he writes. He continues, now some old files are threatening him. Perhaps Trump will realize that it really doesn't pay to start up with Israel, because when by divine providence, things that were hidden become revealed, it enables people to correct their mistakes and to endeavor to live their lives properly, the way God, with a dash, wants them to. Okay. All right. Let's listen. I mean, I sometimes appreciate when people say things out loud, but
incredible.
I mean, all right, let's give the caveat. It's a blogger in the Times of Israel. I will say I think it's crazy that they even publish it, just to be fair. Like, even to make that sort of accusation. What does he know? Well, it fits with a broader pattern of evidence. I know Ryan and Emily covered the photos from the Epstein story from the New York Times a couple of days ago, but there were some specific Israel connections in there that I think are very important. Let's go ahead and put this next one, please. So this is from Ehud Barak, former Prime Minister of Israel. I've talked a lot about his relationship there with Epstein. Flew on the jet a number of times, stayed at Epstein's residence. Whenever he was photographed going into the Epstein residence, tried to cover up his face, received millions of dollars from Epstein via the Wexner Foundation, as well as an investment into his defense startup company in 2015. Well, apparently Ghislaine, or whatever, Epstein's staff, always would compile these birthday messages to Jeffrey Epstein. So here, 2016, so, years after Epstein is a registered sex offender, here's what Ehud Barak writes in his birthday message to Epstein. Quote, there is no limit to your curiosity. You are like a closed book to many of them, but you know everything about everyone. I would also be remiss if I didn't read this one from Mortimer Zuckerman, one of the most powerful, media figures. Who said, quote, suggested ingredients for a meal that would reflect the culture of the mansion, a simple salad and whatever else would enhance Jeffrey's sexual performance. Next, apparently, let's go to the next one, please, B3. Well, Epstein apparently had a preserved map of Israel signed by Barak in his New York mansion. As I say here, apparently there was also a signed bill from Bill Gates. There were literally visible cameras in the bedroom, a first edition copy of Lolita, which has got to be one of the creepiest things I've ever read. Oh. And then photos with some of the richest and most powerful people. I would be also remiss if I didn't flag. There were a number of Israel firsters who were very mad at me for flagging the fact that he had a map of Israel. And they were like, why didn't you talk about his pictures with MBS, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, or one of the powerful sheikhs in the UAE? And I'm like, that's not the own that you think it is, because what it does is confirm the arms deal connections that I've talked about now and why it makes him a Mossad asset. Well, so you're actually proving my point. The fact that he had high-level connections to the Saudis proves my point that he was connected to Adnan Khashoggi, and that verifies that he was somebody who was dealing in shadowy arms trafficking networks and probably was involved in things like, or at very least, like tangentially knew the principal actors involved in Iran-Contra and in funneling weapons between Saudi Arabia and Israel. Oh, sorry. That's right. So not the own that you think it is.
Not to mention, like, these people never go and check and see if you've criticized Saudi or like,
yeah, that's right.
as if we don't criticize Saudi Arabia here, as if you haven't criticized like Qatar and UAE, like go look at our coverage and be relieved that don't worry, it's not only the Israelis that we criticize.
Yeah.
But Sagar, don't worry. We can put the next piece up on the screen because Ghislaine Maxwell in her Queen for a Day limited immunity meeting, she says Trump did nothing wrong.
Oh, okay.
And she is a very trustworthy source. And I'm sure not at all just telling the Trump administration what they want to hear so that she can get her, you know, her move over to the Club Fed in Texas and potential pardon down the road. I'm sure that's not what's going on here at all. I mean, it's just insane that they actually think, well, I shouldn't say that because you know what? A lot of Trump's biggest supporters will actually believe.
Oh, yeah.
They will actually take this as a look. See, Ghislaine said it's fine. They're reportedly considering releasing the transcripts from the interview so that they can try to exonerate Trump.
I mean, I would be for it no matter what. I still think we need transparency in the case. But this is not, I've said it before, this is why you need a special prosecutor behind the deal so that there's no obvious political influence on what she is or is not saying. It may be true, but you know, why would anyone actually trust what she has to say when she's genuinely gambling for a pardon and is already receiving special treatment? By the way, do you know what the current strategy apparently is for how to launder all of this? It's not to actually release the Epstein files. It's this. Let's go and put this next one. I love this. Senior Trump administration officials, quote, are reportedly looking at using Joe Rogan to help tackle the lingering fallout from the Epstein crisis. So they noticed that Joe said that the Epstein stuff was, quote, a line in the sand in terms of the way that they were, that in terms of the way that it was all being handled and covered up by the Trump administration. So their theory is to send the deputy attorney general on the show to go and basically talk about all of the handling. They would rather do that than release any of the Epstein files. Now, I actually am not so sure that Joe would even have them on at this point without the release of the files because the Kash Patel thing was such a disaster.
Yeah.
And he was like, I knew it was bullshit at the time. I didn't even really know what to say. And he's like, and the way that it's all handled afterwards, he's like, this is just the most insane shit that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
So maybe in some ways, here, let's agree to this. Todd Blanche can go on. Bring on Dave Smith or somebody else.
Yeah.
Bring me copies of anybody. All right. Have somebody else on who knows something about the case.
Yeah.
Let them sit across and be like, okay, let's talk. You know, let's go.
Because as Kash was spinning his bullshit, I mean, it became an infamous moment.
It's crazy.
No doubt. And you could tell that Rogan was like, really?
Like, wait, what?
But then after the fact, he made this comment, Rogan made this comment that was like, what was I supposed to do? Push back? And it's like, well, yeah, you could do that. You could do that when he's sitting there.
He probably just, it is such in the weeds that if you don't know, it's very easy to be bullshitted. And I mean this too, from the FBI case and from the way the FBI handles it. And I've done this before, you know, going back and forth with the people who are skeptics or others. In general, they just don't know what they're talking about.
I mean,
I'm not defending.
Like,
I think you should have pushed back. I agree with you.
Rogan has covered this. Like, it's not like it's some side issue that he hasn't thought about before.
Totally.
He does know a lot of details with regard to this. So in any case, I don't know even if they have Todd Blanche on with him.
Yes.
And even if he doesn't bring in someone for backup, which I don't think they would agree to anyway, but even if he doesn't do that, like, I still don't know that would go well for the Trump administration at this point because like, you've blown it. It's over. No one's going to trust you on this. It's done. People believe, rightfully so, that there's a cover-up. I mean, we know the reporting. His name was in the files. His name was flagged in the files. His name was redacted from the files. Like, we know it was there. And know, like, oh, well, Ghislaine Maxwell says that he's all clear, is going to assuage those concerns at this point. Like, basically the ship has sailed, and probably politically their best move is to just try to stop talking about it and try to change the subject.
Oh, absolutely. And then they already apparently believe that it's it's quote dying down. I would not. This is where I really believe Republicans have a Twitter problem, because it used to be the left had a Twitter problem, right? It was the echo chamber and people thought that was representative. I now think the opposite, where people spend way too much time on Twitter, which is, I mean, the algorithm them and everything, MAGA, etc., obviously dominates on the platform. It's like, spend some time on some of the other social media platforms. All right, go type in Epstein on YouTube, which is way bigger than Twitter and used by billions of people. I can even show I look at our demographics. A lot of the people who watch those videos, they're not foreigners, they're Americans. So I know that they're citizens at the very least. And guess what? There's a lot of interest in the story. Not from me, not just from us, all over the internet, from Alex Jones to Coffeezilla to anybody else. I mean, my episode with Tucker Carlson, the only person who's beat me recently is Candace, apparently. So, can't compete with
you got to do a transvestigation.
Yeah, I got to do a transvestigation. Yeah, but I'm just saying, if you look at the number of views and other things for people who are informed and are skeptical on the case, I'm talking literally millions, tens of millions, if you count up just over the last couple of weeks. They recognize that in the election as supposedly, powerful and all of that. But now, they think it's dying down because they're MAGA activists or whatever on Twitter aren't talking about it. Listen, guys, that is not even one, iota representative of reality.
I don't know if they even really believe that either, though, because to me, the fact, I know you and Ryan did a great job covering like the gerrymandering story. That represents a freak out of like, oh shit, we're going to
lose. Yeah.
And the Democrats are going to have some subpoena power and we could be hosed. Like this could be actually bad for us. Cause I don't think Trump like really cares about Republican control outside of how it like directly personally impacts him. But with this story and with Democrats like Ro Khanna and others smelling blood in the water, this could be a real problem for him. So to me, that was them pulling the fire alarm of like, oh shit, how can we rig this election so that we don't end up with a large Democratic majority that can basically do whatever they want, in terms of like subpoena power investigations, et cetera, after the midterms. So I think they, on some level, do recognize that they're in big trouble with this. And then the other thing it assumes is that there are no more revelations, which is a big assumption because the media also smells blood in the water. And, you may have whistleblowers inside of the federal government who are not too happy about the cover-up that's being effectuated. You never know what's going to come out of the woodwork. So if you're assuming there are going to be no more revelations and we've got this under control, and then the other big question is, what do they ultimately do with Ghislaine? Because if they give her a pardon, I mean, that is so disgusting. I just can't even, it's so disgusting. This is a horrific person. The fact even that she got this move to Club Fed in Texas is disgusting. And apparently we could put B6 up on the screen here. NBC News saw some message from an ex-BOP official who said that this move to this cushy prison camp is a, quote, travesty of justice. One person wrote on the Bureau of Prisons staff and retirees Facebook page, quote, as a retired BOP employee, this makes me sick. Since when are sex offenders allowed at the camp? Another wrote, I don't care who she snitched on. She is a damned human trafficker. In the private Facebook group, a member who identified themselves as a staffer at the Florida facility where Maxwell had been held said they weren't going to miss her, however, quote, glad to be rid of her. She is an absolute pain in the ass. But this is what they're pointing to here is sex offenders are not supposed to be, period, at all.
At federal prison camps.
In these federal prison camps where it's, I mean, listen, I'm sure being in prison sucks, even at the nice prison, but it's a much better deal. You can roam around the grounds. There's not like the giant, the barbed wire fence is like a lower fence. It's also much less secure. So if she wants to get out or someone wants to get at her, she's much more vulnerable and exposed. There's a lot more programs available. There's a lot more sort of autonomy that's offered. Elizabeth Holmes is there. I mean, this is like where, it's the type of place Martha Stewart would be sent to. White collar type of criminals, that's who's typically there. Sex offenders are not supposed to be there. So I think the other possible political fallout is if Trump continues to cater to Ghislaine Maxwell and cater to her desire to get out of any prison at all, there will be political fallout from that as well, because no one is buying that she's just exonerating him and there's nothing to see here. If he lets her out, if he gives her a pardon or the government drops their, opposition to her appeal at the Supreme Court and she is set free, everyone is going to conclude from that it's because she had the goods on him and he had to cut a deal to make sure that she stayed quiet. So, I think if they are deluding themselves to believe that this is over, this is quieted down, that they've handled it, it's not at the sort of existential fervor that it felt for a moment, but that can change on a dime.
Ghislaine Maxwell has cleared Donald Trump's name while awaiting her pardon. This is new from ABC. Ghislaine Maxwell told DOJ Trump never did anything concerning around her. Now, notably, Trump has been asked whether he's going to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell before he said he wishes her well.
I just wish her well, frankly. Yeah, I wish her well. I'd wish you well. I'd wish a lot of people well.
Then he's asked if he's going to pardon her. He says, well, I'm allowed to do it, but I really haven't thought of it.
I'm allowed to do it, but it's something I have not thought about.
Now, notably, this is very similar to the way Trump has responded previously when talking about people he would later end up pardoning.
I don't want to talk about pardons for Michael Flynn yet.
You pardon Paul Manafort?
I have not even given it a thought as of this moment.
Roger Stone, are you going to pardon him, sir? He's been convicted of felonies.
Am I going to pardon him? Well, I hadn't thought of it.
Now, obviously, he later did pardon Michael Flynn, Roger Stone, and Paul Manafort. And this has all led many people to wonder if a similar thing is in the works for Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, this all comes after 9 hours of Ghislaine Maxwell privately speaking to Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. He's the former defense attorney for Donald Trump, and this was a private meeting. It's notable that there were talks about doing it publicly in front of Congress, but that got shoved aside pretty quick when they realized they could just do this behind closed doors. Now, Todd Blanche said he was thinking about releasing the transcripts. We don't know if that's going to happen or not. But today we got leaks of what may have been said during the 9 hours where Ghislaine Maxwell told Todd Blanche that Trump had never done anything in her presence that would have caused concern. Now, do we believe this? Well, the challenge is that Ghislaine Maxwell has every reason to lie. She, after all, is looking for a pardon. Her lawyer says right now that she would welcome any relief, and relief is exactly what she got after this testimony, right after the testimony to the DOJ where she cleared Trump's name. She got transferred to a less restrictive prison called a minimum security prison, with the Washington Post calling it one of the nation's most lenient lockups for nonviolent women offenders. It's notable she had to get a special waiver to even go to this prison because normally sex offenders are not allowed. And this is something I really want to hit home. Previously, I've been talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, and we've been talking sort of like, okay, yeah, she trafficked for Jeffrey Epstein. I think it's worth hitting home that she also participated in some of the acts. She is a offender, convicted. And those types of people aren't eligible normally for minimum security prisons. That's why a former warden told the Post, inmates, if they have a offense, are not going to a place like that, period. It's truly unheard of. Quote, it's a country club. Someone gave special preference to Maxwell that, in my knowledge, no other inmate currently serving in the Federal Bureau of Prisons has received. So she is getting special treatment for something. We don't know exactly why she had to get a special waiver for this, though. This is not something that everyone gets. Contradicting this, though, the president has come out and said, oh, this is actually a very normal thing.
Questions for you. One, were you aware of and did you personally approve the prison transfer for Ghislaine Maxwell that your Justice Department?
I didn't know about it at all. No, I read about it just like you did.
And do you believe that she is?
It's not a very uncommon thing.
Do you believe that she's credible to be listening to? Your Deputy Attorney General sat down with her recently.
Well, let me tell you, he's a very talented man.
I'll remind you, the guy he's talking about formerly was his defense attorney. And her question, which never really gets answered, which is, can we trust Ghislaine Maxwell, actually is an important one because previously she was charged with perjury. This was in connection with her 2016 deposition. Perjury just means she was lying under oath. Quote, in 2016, while testifying under oath in a civil proceeding, Maxwell repeatedly made false statements, specifically about certain specific acts and events alleged in the indictment. So, can we trust someone who previously our government charged with making false statements when specifically these false statements may benefit her? I don't know. Maybe you think she's turned a leaf and she suddenly is Mrs. Honesty, but it's worth saying she's already reaping the rewards of the testimony she's given so far. Our president proceeds to talk about how talking to Ghislaine Maxwell is going to help with the fact that we don't want people getting caught up in this that would have their lives hurt.
Whatever he asked would be totally appropriate, and it's not an uncommon thing to do that. And I think he probably wants to make sure that, people that should not be involved or aren't involved are not hurt by something that would be very, very unfortunate, very unfair to a lot of people.
We don't want people getting involved who might be hurt by this, right? That's why we got to talk to her behind closed doors. We got to give her preferential treatment, right? Because we don't want anyone who might have been otherwise implicated in this falsely to get implicated, right? We want to make sure their names, whoever they are, whatever mysterious person they are, do not get implicated in this. And obviously that goal of Maxwell clearing certain people is being achieved here with her now clearing Trump's name with a possible pardon on the line. Now, I do have to say, it could be the case that he didn't have anything to do with it. She is being honest here. But unfortunately, the waters are muddied when you have such a transparent conflict of interest in this whole story. Personally, I don't want anyone, Ghislaine Maxwell or any of the elites that are involved, to be let off the hook. In fact, just today, we had a bombshell report from the New York Times about Jeffrey Epstein's personal residence where he had pictures with famous people. More letters came out with people like Woody Allen, and all of these people should be investigated. Unfortunately, we are living in a time where a select few of these people have so much power over the investigators of it. Maybe instead of giving preferential treatment to sex offenders, we should just release the Epstein files and see where that gets us.
Somebody who says that they have talked to the feds, but the feds don't seem to think that he's actually talked to them. And he has been very, very sketchy and shady about his history with Jeffrey Epstein. Adam Perry Lang, back in 2019, came out and said, yes, oh yes, I did work as a private chef for Jeffrey Epstein. Said almost 20 years ago, as a young chef, I was hired to work for Jeffrey Epstein. My role was limited to meal preparation. I was unaware of the depraved behavior and have great sympathy and admiration for the brave women who have come forward. And no further comment will be issued. Well, he didn't comment at all. He wasn't going to say a word, not a peep. But in 2019, there were unsealed court documents where we found out that a pilot claimed that Adam Perry Lang flew with Epstein aboard his private plane on several occasions in 2000 and 2001. According to the flight logs, the chef traveled with Epstein to Palm Beach, Santa Fe, New Mexico, and the Virgin Islands. Lang's name appears in 2 depositions that were released in 2019 by a federal appeals court just hours before Epstein's death. And the documents were connected to the 2015 lawsuit that Virginia Giuffre filed against Ghislaine Maxwell. And these released depositions from that case include allegations of sexual misconduct involving Epstein and his friends, including MIT professor Marvin Minsky, New Mexico Governor Bill Richardson, Prince Andrew, Alan Dershowitz, among others. But Lang's name is mentioned several times in a deposition from David Rogers, a pilot who ferried Epstein and his associates to the billionaire's various hideaways. His deposition does not suggest that Lang participated in or was even aware of Epstein's criminal acts. And Lang's relationship to Epstein's also never explicitly spelled out in the documents. At one point, the pilot mentioned that Lang sometimes stayed at Epstein's Manhattan townhouse, not the apartments, okay? Not the ones owned by Jeffrey or his brother, whatever. But this is actually at Epstein's townhouse. And he occasionally rode with the pilot and his crew to or from the airport. And while going through this flight log, Rogers explicitly lists Lang as a passenger along with Epstein and Maxwell on these 6 flights. And he detailed a trip in May of 2001 from New Jersey to Palm Beach, where the passengers were Epstein, Maxwell, Lang, and Emmy Taylor, who's a woman who was reported to be Maxwell's assistant and somebody that I have been trying to find forever. She's like an actress in England. She just fled to England when Maxwell started to get in trouble. And that's, okay, that was like, okay, well, fine. Okay, we'll stick with your story because we don't know anything better. Right? We'll say that you didn't know anything that was going on, Mr. Lang. Well, then fast forward to 2020. And at this point, Adam Perry Lang is the owner of APL Restaurant in Hollywood. And then he became the subject of Broken, Seeking Justice. And that was a podcast by Tara Palmieri. And the investigation was really looking into Lang, because it turns out that for him not to have seen anything would have bordered on the ridiculous. And the podcast followed Virginia Giuffre, trying to reach Adam Perry Lang. And just like, okay, I'm trying to get there. But Virginia in the podcast says, his relationship with Epstein, yes, it was a private chef, but it seemed to be a little bit more than that. And during that episode, Virginia searched for Lang to ask him to speak up against Epstein, say something, do something. And Lang's attorney in 2020 said that Lang was cooperating with New York prosecutors investigating Epstein's ring. Okay, but New York prosecutors don't seem to have anything there. And by this time, Jeffrey Epstein is dead. So was it the Ghislaine Maxwell thing that he was talking about? Because remember, the Ghislaine, they only heard from some law enforcement on the grand jury. And the Lang's attorney said he contacted Virginia Giuffre's lawyer and offered Lang's assistance. But there was never any conversation that took place. And Lang released a statement to this podcast saying that he never saw any sexual activity or nudity. Okay? Says, I never saw anything. I never saw any acts. I never saw nudity. Well, Virginia said, that's impossible. And she reached out to Lang, whom she says had a different position from other staff in Epstein's world. Because not only did Lang travel to Epstein's various properties, he was asked to memorize the names and food preferences of Epstein's most honored guests. So am I to surmise from that, then Lang probably took notes. It wasn't Epstein going, oh, Bill Clinton likes hot dogs and applesauce. No, there's going to be notes, and Lang's going to take the notes of the most honored guests. Don't you think that somebody would like to see the list of the most honored guests? And Giuffre says, yes, most of the bad things happened behind closed doors. But she said that she and the other girls would often be naked in the house to the view of everyone because Epstein didn't like tan lines. And Virginia said there were naked girls inside the house, outside the house, and that Lang served them iced tea, water, and fruit platters. Many women remember Lang at Epstein's properties, saying he was very polite. I'm not saying that he did anything wrong. I'm just saying that he, first of all, has a ton of knowledge about the honored guests. He saw a bunch of stuff that went on, at least the people. He traveled with Epstein and others, and he's not really being forthcoming about anything. That's the thing. And apparently Lang and Virginia had more extended interactions because of the strict diets, which entailed organic low-carb meals. And Virginia said, I went to the kitchen to go get something and I was starving and asked Lang to prepare a pizza for her. And this became a nightly routine. He would have a pizza waiting for me already in the kitchen. We would just have a beer together and eat pizza and just talk. Sometimes I'd help him wash the dishes. Maxwell eventually caught wind of this and reprimanded both Lang and Giuffre, making sure they would no longer interact. Well, Giuffre and Palmieri, they tried to deliver Lang a letter to his Manhattan Beach house that said, hey, we just want you to help those who were victims. And here's an excerpt from the letter. I'm sure you've heard of Epstein's short incarceration and subsequent death. He's gone now. He can't hurt us anymore. But as you know, it wasn't just Epstein running the most prolific trafficking ring of modern times. He had help, lots of help. That alone leaves me and his uncountable victims searching for justice. Justice comes in many forms. In my case, justice is holding the various perpetrators that participated, enabled, or looked the other way accountable. I'm not here to ruin your life. You have so much knowledge of the various people on the plains and his homes and anywhere you would have been with him. You truly can't say you didn't know or you can't remember. You didn't help when Brad Edwards, that's an attorney, and I reached out to you in 2014. Jeffrey was alive then, and I get it. Maybe you were scared of him. We all were. You have the ability and, frankly, the responsibility to help now. By helping us victims and speaking out with us, not only will you redeem yourself, but you will truly elevate yourself to the status of hero, which is exactly what you could be for me, a hero. I have such fond memories of staying up late. We talk, we laugh. I consider you my friend, and I hope I still can. So they go to the house, and a woman answers the door, but says Lang isn't there. So then they find out that Lang is staying at a home in Hermosa Beach, which was owned by Jimmy Kimmel. Yes, the late night television host, who also co-owned APL Restaurant. And back in January 2019, Lang was involved in a bizarre incident in which he was arrested at Kimmel's house after a 911 call reported that a man was inside the house making threats with explosives and had assaulted a woman with a rifle. Now, he was later cleared of any charges. He was reportedly sound asleep when cops arrived, but it's strange. Well, they didn't find Lang at Jimmy Kimmel's house. So then they left a voice message on a phone reportedly belonging to him. Then they went to his restaurant, APL, and they ordered a meal and asked like the waitstaff, hey, is Lang around? But he didn't show up. But he did later text Virginia to say, oh, you know, I'm going to speak with your attorney. Really? And this is what Lang's attorney said back in 2020. We have absolutely always been available to the attorneys for the lawyers representing the victims. Indeed, we reached out and spoke to one of them many months ago. But although we invited a meeting with Adam in no uncertain terms, those attorneys have literally never got back to us. Although we did hear from other counsel this week. That said, we are in current contact with the federal prosecutors in the Southern District of New York and are fully cooperating with their investigation and remain more than happy to. Okay. Did they? Did they cooperate? Let's say they did. I haven't seen any evidence that they did, but wouldn't they have provided a list? This list of the recipes, the meals, the people, all of these kind of things. Would they have questioned him and talked to him? Where are all those documents? Well, in 2022, Adam Perry Lang closed his Hollywood restaurant, APL. No notice, just closed it. Now, he had actually got his start doing barbecue. He is actually a member of the Barbecue Hall of Fame. But he got his start turning out short ribs and other meats behind the Jimmy Kimmel Live studio in Hollywood, and then turned that into APL, which is now closed. But again, how much stuff does he know? All right, you guys, I will talk to you later. Oh, welcome to another episode of the podcast. Today, let's talk about Zoro Ranch, the recently sold Zoro Ranch, although for much less than the asking price. But would you want to live there? Let's take you back to 2018. And in 2018, Zoro Ranch was robbed, burglarized. It occurred in August of 2018. When thieves stole a host of weapons, over 40 of them, at least. And it was from a garage locker on the property. And, you know, if you don't know anything about this Zoro Ranch, I'm going to get into it in detail. It's 8,000 acres. And a lot of it has state lands on it, but you can't get to the state lands without crossing over private property. So the state was never able to see what was going on because they couldn't get permission to go to the state properties without going through the private properties. And Epstein wanted to use the ranch to have 20 women at a time impregnated. His dream was to seed the human race with his DNA. And Epstein told scientists and others about the scheme, although there is no evidence that it ever came to fruition. But the idea was for him to use the 33,000 square foot New Mexico ranch as a base where women would be inseminated with his sperm and would give birth to his babies. And he spoke of the plans on several occasions, including during a 2001 dinner at his New York townhouse, and then again during a 2006 conference that he hosted in St. Thomas in the Virgin Islands. And he would often speak of his interest in tinkering with genes and perpetuating his own DNA. He would also speak of cryogenics, right, where the bodies of people are frozen only to be brought back to life in the future. But according to this police report that was taken in 2018, that was written by Officer Jordan Byrd of the New Mexico Department of Public Safety, the property managers Amber and Steve Chavez did their regular daily checks of the property on August 26, 2018, around 7 p.m. Found nothing out of the ordinary. And the owner of the property in the report is described as living out of state. The next day, August 27th, Amber Chavez checked a residence located in the southwest section of the ranch and found the large west-facing window of the building's garage broken out. So Amber called Steve, who's described as her husband in the report, and waited until he arrived to check the garage out. And Steve immediately noticed that a very large gun safe located in the garage was stolen. In it were an estimated 30 to 40 guns, but do we know that there were only that many? I mean, it seems like a lot, doesn't it, for somebody, just two people there? But according to Steve Chavez, the thieves also stole a weed eater, a leaf blower, and several sets of tools from the garage. And Amber said that when they moved onto the residence north of the garage, they saw items had also been moved around and that 2 other rifles were taken out of the closets in the bedrooms. They then told the officer that they found tire tracks in a southern direction leading to the front of the garage and back. And they traced the tire tracks to a dirt road about 1 to 2 miles off the property, where they found that somebody had cut through the fence that surrounds the entire ranch. They also said that a log cabin was broken into on the northwest of the ranch, which overlooks a large valley. And they said items had been thrown around and broken, but then nothing had been stolen, though a large antique stovetop had been pulled off its base, where it lay broken on its side. What was underneath the stove? A third property about 200 yards to the east of the log cabin was also apparently broken into. Amber Chavez said a few antique lamps as well as a showpiece antique weapon were stolen as well. In the first report, the officer tells the Chavezes, hey, I'm going to need the serial numbers for the weapons to complete the report. But that as of August 30th, he hadn't received any yet. And over the next few weeks, detailed in the follow-up reports, it's the same story. Fast forward to September 18th, 2018, and Byrd wrote that he still hadn't received any of the gun serial numbers. So he tried to call Bryce Gordon, who had originally reported the theft from out of state. Gordon, whose first name is spelled B-R-I-C-E, in various public documents detailing his role as Jeffrey Epstein's longtime ranch manager, and was granted a limited power of attorney by Epstein at least once to manage the ranch, is described as being based out of the Virgin Islands by the officer. Okay, very interesting. And Byrd left several voicemails on his phone, but never got a response. Flight logs showing the movements of Epstein's private planes compiled from all the different sources, including data released during the 2021 criminal trial of Ghislaine Maxwell, revealed that Epstein was briefly in New Mexico for a few days at the beginning of June 2018 before flying back to Palm Beach, Florida. The day of the robbery, he was in Palm Beach but had stopped in the U.S. Virgin Islands the day before. We don't know anything about this. And on September 19th, Bird wrote that he called Amber Chavez to ask about the serial numbers, but she said she wouldn't be at the ranch for the next several days. And the officer said Mrs. Chavez then stated she would call me back at a later date to set up an appointment to meet with me, and stated she was in a bad cell phone service area. On September 25th, the officer tried calling Gordon again in his Virgin Island number as well as the Chavez couple, but couldn't get in touch with any of them. And because he tried multiple times to contact them and heard nothing, he decided to close the case. Now, Jeffrey Epstein's massive mansion sits high on a mesa overlooking nearly 10,000 acres of desert land halfway between Santa Fe and Albuquerque. And multiple women say they were recruited and abused by Epstein and his co-conspirators at Zoro Ranch, which they say was basically like the hub, very integral to the operation. Several of the accusers say that they were trafficked and assaulted on the ranch. It's also, again, where Epstein says, hey, this is where I want to impregnate all these women. And Zoro Ranch includes a firehouse, a log cabin, a guest house, a pool, an airstrip, a private airstrip, antique railroad car and train tracks. New Mexico state officials said that Epstein was so secretive about the ranch that they had virtually no access and little knowledge about what happened on the public portions of the ranch. And the property appeared to have been designed to create as much privacy as possible. It's tightly guarded with surveillance cameras, well-secured gates, and fencing, and employees who, despite requests, remain tight-lipped and appear to avoid interaction with any potential visitors. But the criminals got in. Were they criminals? Was it an inside job? How come nothing was reported to the police after the initial thing? So the New Mexico Land Commissioner, a new one, came in 2019. And she tried to make an unannounced visit to the property because requests to schedule a visit went unreturned. And they had 2 land lease contracts where, like I said, the public land was within the private land. But the thing is, it's supposed to be for a ranch, and Epstein didn't have any kind of ranch. He didn't have any grazing. And one victim, identified as Jane Doe, recounted her first experience at Zoro Ranch. She recalled riding an ATV with another young woman who had been to the ranch before. And when Jane Doe accidentally crashed her ATV, the other young woman told her not to worry because no one gets in trouble for anything here. There was a veil of secrecy, and the access to the state land was very secure and was prohibited. But the lease agreement included access. It's usually an easy process for the land commission to go see. But with Zoro Ranch, not so much. Because, like I said, it's surrounded by Epstein's private property and can only be accessed by trekking through the private lands. And ranch staff would require advance notice of any visits and then would escort and tightly monitor officials while on the property. Why do you have to escort them and tightly monitor state officials on the property? When Epstein purchased Zoro Ranch through his Cypress Inc. holding company back in 1993, he acquired the land lease contracts as part of the sale. And when this land commissioner, became commissioner, she inherited oversight of the contracts. And she was disturbed by the allegations of crimes that may have been committed on the ranch. So she tried to find the legal ground to rip up those contracts, which she managed to do. But what's interesting is this, okay? And this is where I'm always talking about, let's find the list. So her office turned over 400 pages of Epstein's property records to federal investigators. 400 pages. And those documents contained names of his alleged co-conspirators. 400 pages. 400. The Attorney General in New Mexico said he concluded that the state had the legal authority to retake all of that state land. But the thing is, they still can't get to it. And the rising number of allegations from survivors saying they were trafficked to the Zoro Ranch was reason enough to rip the leases up. Epstein did not appear to have connections in New Mexico prior to purchasing Zoro Ranch. So why would Jeffrey Epstein, who grew up on Coney Island in Brooklyn, why does he want a desert ranch in New Mexico? Because there was the perception that people wouldn't ask questions in New Mexico, especially if you had a governor of a state on the payroll. Right. Now, Epstein did register as a sex offender in New Mexico on August 17th, 2010. But on August 19th, 2010, just 2 days after he registered, the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office sent a letter to Epstein telling him he was not required to register as a sex offender because the legal age of consent in New Mexico is 17. But it's extremely curious that Epstein was informed and the matter resolved so quickly in just 2 days, considering the process of registering, checking, and officially responding would typically take much longer to work its way through the bureaucratic process. Very interesting. Now, one woman identified as one of the multiple Jane Does who has spoken recounted being flown to Zoro Ranch for the first time in 2004 when she was 15. And she was subject to some awful things. Very awful things. I can't even say them on here. There's no way I could use the words, but I think that you can imagine. Shante Davies has also spoken about it. She said she was recruited by Ghislaine. She said it began as what seemed like the opportunity of a lifetime. Epstein and Maxwell took her in, gave her a job, traveled with her around the world. And Davies said, Epstein sent her to culinary school, paid for her sister to study abroad to be a translator in Spain. But Davies said for her, the focus was education. And she said that she felt like part of a family, but she said that whenever she would go to Zoro Ranch, it was a horror show. And the same bad things would happen to her. And she described what she believes was a sophisticated operation, disguised as growth, apprenticeship, and education. And Epstein would make it very confusing. And Maxwell, the way that they were able to orchestrate and manipulate the situation, led me to believe that something like that wouldn't happen again. So I kept going back. And the veil of secrecy that Epstein appears to have created around Zoro Ranch extended to visitors. Whenever she was there, she would see others. Random young women, some models, other women. She didn't know what happened to them. She said there was always a lot of people there. You couldn't keep track because there were so many. And she said people would travel to Zoro Ranch either on commercial flights into Santa Fe and would then be driven to the ranch, or they'd fly in Epstein's private jet and land on the airstrip built on the private property so nobody could see who was coming or going. Now, Virginia Giuffre said that she was at the ranch a lot and offered up. And one of those people that she was offered up to was the New Mexico governor, Bill Richardson. Of course, he denied the allegations. Richardson said these allegations and inferences are completely false. Governor Richardson has never even been contacted by any party regarding this lawsuit. To be clear, in Governor Richardson's limited interactions with Mr. Epstein, he never saw him in the presence of young girls. And Governor Richardson has never met Ms. Giuffre. But Governor Richardson is known to have visited Zoro Ranch at least once. Maria Farmer has talked about it, claimed in an affidavit submitted to a federal court in New York that her sister Annie told her she was flown to the ranch in 1996 and had bad things happen to her. Another accuser identified as Priscilla Doe, who had sued the Epstein estate, said that Epstein coerced her to engage in many different acts at Zoro Ranch between 2007 and 2010. And these women have been interviewed by investigators. They have names. Davies said she was interviewed by the FBI for 5 hours 1 week before Epstein was arrested. And the New Mexico Attorney General's office said it was still working with and forwarding evidence to federal investigators who say they will continue to pursue, investigate, and bring charges against possible co-conspirators. They were saying that as far back as 2019. And how come the ranch was the only property in the U.S. that wasn't raided by federal agents? Maybe it's because of that robbery and everything was taken away. Okay, you guys, that is it for this one. I will talk to you later. Hey, everybody. Welcome to another episode of the podcast. Let's take a look at Jeffrey Epstein's brother. I mean, after Jeffrey Epstein died in that jail cell, everybody kind of turned their attention to his only remaining close relative, his younger brother, Mark. Somehow Mark, who was a failed artist, turned into this real estate magnate. And he had raised eyebrows by offering up one of his Florida condos as collateral for his brother's bail. He has always denied any connection to Epstein's businesses, but at least one of Mark's properties has turned up repeatedly in these lawsuits that were filed against Jeffrey. Plus, all of his wealth is unexplained. He claims to have semi-retired at the age of 39 and has donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to charity. He went from nothing to being worth hundreds of millions of dollars, much the same way as Jeffrey Epstein. Now, Mark Epstein hung up on a reporter who called for a comment on an interview, declined to respond to any questions sent by text. He does not like to talk to reporters. And he said, at the time, back when Jeffrey Epstein died, he said, since the president of the United States won't divulge his business information, and there are many more compelling reasons for him to do so, and since I have not been accused of wrongdoing by any government agency, I see no reason why I or any other American should either. But at the heart of Epstein's potential financial ties to his brother is his real estate company, OSA Properties. At one time, OSA Properties owned more than 500 renter-occupied apartments in 4 co-op projects in New York City. That's according to a 1993 New York Times article. The company has almost no web presence, and according to a former intern, is run almost exclusively by one man, a guy named Anthony Barrett. And this intern got the job because he was dating Barrett's daughter. According to documents from a Harlem-based charter school, Barrett's brother, Jonathan Barrett, worked for both Mark Epstein's real estate business and Jeffrey Epstein's investment company in the mid-1990s. Barrett's resume, which was included in documents submitted by the charter school to the State University of New York, lists Barrett as a former asset manager for J. Epstein and Company and a former vice president of OSA Properties. A lot of links. Mark Epstein has denied any connection between OSA Properties and J. Epstein and Co. He said, that's information on the documents. That's a mistake. But Barrett later told the Wall Street Journal that the two were indeed affiliated. OSA Properties also owns a majority stake in 301 East 66th Street. That's the Manhattan building that was home to many of Jeffrey Epstein's associates, is alleged to be, the center of his New York operation involving all of the girls. And Mark has long claimed that Jeffrey had no ownership in the building. But a longtime resident told a reporter that Jeffrey Epstein was present at a meet and greet when OSA Properties bought the building. Quote, the only person that I remember for sure being here was Jeffrey. And the tenants used to call Jeffrey Epstein about building maintenance stuff. They didn't call Mark. Everybody assumed Jeffrey was the owner. Everybody's like, I don't ever actually remember meeting Mark Epstein. Many of Jeffrey Epstein's associates and assistants also spent time in the 66th Street building. Leslie Groff, who was accused of helping book Epstein's massages, allegedly worked out of the 66th Street building. That's according to a 2009 deposition with Epstein's pilot. 2 other assistants, Sarah Kellen and Nadia Marcinikova, registered businesses out of the building under fake names after Epstein's arrest. Epstein's lawyer lived in the building as recently as the year 2000. A former employee of MC Squared, that modeling agency that we've spoken to about before, told the FBI in 2010 that the building was being used to house all of those girls. And the employee said in a sworn statement that Brunel was sending foreign girls out to wealthy clients and shipping them to Epstein's parties in New York and Palm Beach and on his Caribbean island. Joyce Anderson, the mother of Mark Epstein's 2 kids, also resides in the 66th Street building, despite the couple's less than amicable split. Epstein and Anderson lived together in Soho for 7 years, and he continues to provide her Upper East Side apartment at no cost. That's at least according to a civil complaint he filed in 2008. This will tell you the kind of guy that Mark Epstein is. In that same filing, Epstein accused his ex of calling him late at night in the aftermath of the breakup, disrupting his apparently rigid sleep schedule. Quote, "During the time Miss Anderson and I lived together, I explained to Miss Anderson on more than one occasion how being woken up adversely affected my well-being. I was very clear by giving the example that if all I get is 4 hours of sleep and I wake up on my own, I will be fine for the day. But on that same night, if I'm woken up after 3 hours and 55 minutes of sleep, my day is ruined. I calmly tried to ask Miss Anderson why she would do such a thing to me. Instead of trying to explain, she responded by calling me an insomniac F and ranting. She has never apologized for her actions." Epstein, who grew up with his brother in working class Seagate in Brooklyn, did not start out as this real estate guru. He attended art school at Manhattan's prestigious Cooper Union and started a silk screen printing business called Ismo. The Ismo family of companies also included an acquisitions business and a company called Ismo Marine. Now, Ismo Marine's a very interesting company. According to a former employee's LinkedIn profile, Ismo Marine made deliveries by yacht from New York to Miami, but the majority of Ismo's companies were dissolved by 2004. Mark Epstein also appears to have tried his hand in the modeling industry. Around the same time, his brother donated the $1 million to Brunel's MC Squared. Business records show Mark Epstein formed his own agency, Saint Model and Talent, in December 2005. The business has no website or social media presence. It's unclear if it ever signed a model, but one former tenant says he remembers it well. A guy named Gordon Gooch, a commercial photographer who rented space in Soho Studios, owned by Epstein, sued him in 2008 over an unlawful eviction. According to the complaint, Epstein sent Gooch just 2 warnings before changing the locks on his studio, and the photographer alleged replacing his belongings with all new furniture. His former landlord gave him only one explanation. He wanted to use the studio for his modeling agency. And Gooch said it was like one day you've got a studio and a business and one day you don't. He assumed he could do whatever he wanted to. Now, in response to Gooch's complaint, Mark Epstein claimed he had evicted the photographer for falling behind on payments. He denied removing any of his tenants' belongings and said he was entitled to change the locks. A judge found the eviction unlawful and awarded Gooch more than $110,000 in damages. Aside from tussles with his tenants, records show that Mark Epstein also struggled with federal and state tax authorities. Between 2006 and 2018, Epstein racked up more than $190,000 in tax liens. At the same time, he was trying unsuccessfully to sell his 80-foot, 3.5 bathroom yacht. A since deleted Airbnb posting appears to show that Mark Epstein once attempted to rent the boat out for $500 a night. He eventually donated the yacht to a South Carolina marine science charity. Well, that's an interesting choice. And along with his New York City properties, Mark Epstein maintains an estate in West Palm Beach, Florida. Interesting. As well as rental properties in Newburgh, New York, a home in Pennsylvania. Mark Epstein. He's always been a little bit shady. I would just like him to explain how he got his money. I'm sure Jeffrey gave it to him. All right, you guys, that is it for this one. All right, let's get started with some more names that are in the book. And to make sure that YouTube doesn't take this one down, as you can see, I have blacked out all of the addresses, phone numbers. So if you're listening YouTube, nobody can see them. But let's talk about Nick Adam. Unable to really locate such a person. There were several different numbers in there. I believe there were 3 phone numbers. But it's interesting that the background of the address, it's special. Max Ernst, the poet, artist, once lived there. A plaque outside the residence bears his name. Friends with Man Ray, married Dorothea Tanning. Maybe that's why Epstein penned this address instead of what the phone number comes back to. Maybe making the book looks good, but there's not actually a Nick Adam that can be found related to that phone number. Nick and Sarah Allen, stockbroker who lived in New York, lived on Sutton Place in South New York. Linked to Jacob Jacoby IP Research, barely in there. They're a husband and wife. He knows 2 Nick Allens, Jeffrey Epstein. If it's not this one, then it's the son of the British diplomat that has a son, Nick Allen, and daughter Sarah Allen. He too stayed in Hong Kong. But again, it's such a common name. Then we have Corella Allen Jones. Father was knighted in 1987, royal family ties. The sister of Jeremy Allen Jones, who appears in the book too. The daughter of Sir John Derrick Allen Jones, chairman of Ferranti. Governor of Lancing College, International Signal and Control, which was a huge fraud scandal where they had the phantom contracts in Pakistan, which sounds exactly right up Epstein's alley. Then you had Carlo Gian Cerruti, just a couple of numbers, both work. He does R&D and branch of marketing research. And like I said, sometimes some of these numbers in here are just people that he actually did work with or, wanted to invest or maybe just collecting names. But then we get to the most interesting one, the one that I used in the thumbnail. Charlie Althorpe. It's in the book. A home and a work number. But people go, if you go Google Charlie Althorpe and Epstein's Black Book, you'll see, there's a Charlie Althorpe in the book. But nobody makes the connection that Charlie Althorpe is actually Charles Spencer, the 9th Earl Spencer, who was Viscount Althorpe between 1975 and 1992. Yes, Princess Diana's brother. Now, we need to go on a little journey here with Charlie Althorpe. And why would Princess Diana's brother be in Jeffrey Epstein's book? Well, I want to take you to this person named Zoe Payne, also known as Zoe Bowman. But back in 2003, she was the high society vice princess who led a champagne lifestyle and mingled with royalty. She also had a book. It was a little red book. And it was like a directory of the British aristocracy, which provided the rich and famous with high-class escorts. She counted Princess Diana's brother, Earl Spencer, as a friend and rubbed shoulders with criminal Darius Guppy, who was Earl Spencer's best friend. And then Earl Spencer tried to sleep with Darius Guppy's wife while Darius Guppy was in jail. And Darius Guppy's wife was an escort named Patricia who worked for Zoe Payne. And Darius Guppy ended up beating up Charles Spencer. And basically, Payne ran the Diplomat Escort Agency in London in the 1990s and was the boss of dozens of escorts. Her agency was a favorite with the jet set, and her girls charged about £1,000, about $1,500 a night. And her clients would take these women and they'd go on all these foreign trips. She was also friendly with the multimillionaire arms dealer Adnan Khashoggi, also somebody that is in the book. He was her biggest client and liked her to call him honey. And Payne was, on the guest list for Earl Spencer's marriage ceremony when he tied the knot with model Victoria Lockwood. Now, the Earl said, I was shocked that Payne was a madam. I had no idea Okay. Well, she said by Christmas 1990, 7 months after starting up, which was about the same time that 7 months after, that was probably about the same time that Victoria Lockwood and Spencer got married. So we are employing 300 girls and had 500 regular clients. Moved to a 6-bedroom house in Buckinghamshire. 10 months later, I was tidying the office with one of the girls who was a trained accountant. She was looking through the ledgers and said, I think that somebody's stealing some money. And then a week later, she received a call from the police. We'd like to interview regarding the death of Sharon Hoare, Hoare. Sharon was a girl who had just joined Diplomat, and she had just been set up on a date with a Syrian businessman the night before. But she called to say he'd canceled. And that night, her roommate returned to their home and found Sharon's body. The Syrian businessman was questioned and released. Our madam was interviewed for 5 hours, but the police realized the agency had nothing to do with it. And then she goes to the wedding of Patricia and Darius Guppy. She said, Patricia and I started chatting in a supermarket line, and our friendship grew. They knew I was a madam, but neither judged me. Okay, like I said, Darius Guppy, until he went to jail, was best friends with Charles Spencer, like best friends. The best man at this wedding was Charles Spencer. Okay. And she said it was Darius who introduced me to his best man, Charles, Princess Diana's brother. I got on wonderfully with Charles and his then wife, Victoria Lockwood, who both, they knew what I did. And after the wedding, I received a call from a Middle Eastern prince. Said, I'd like 4 girls sent to Paris, but he insisted on meeting us first. And so we met him in his London hotel room. But when I saw a video camera running, I felt nervous. Finished the meeting. The next day, I was awakened by a phone call. Does Viscount Althorpe, Earl Spencer, know you run an escort agency? And the caller was a journalist from the News of the World. She told me a story was to appear about me and the agency. The prince was actually an undercover reporter. And on the paper's front page the next day was a photo of me with Victoria Lockwood. The headline was Viscountess and Society Madam. That she was boss to the Sharon who had been killed. And underneath was a photo of Sharon. And there was also a photo of Payne and Earl Spencer at the wedding. Now, Earl Spencer is, after all, a man who never displays too much concern over upsetting women, whether they are former wives or even his sister Diana, from whom he famously and selfishly withheld the sanctuary of a cottage on his estate when she was desperate for a bolt hole after the breakup of her marriage to Prince Charles. He claimed the pursuing paparazzi would upset his family peace. And when Diana, shocked by his refusal to help, wrote to him, the little brother returned her letters unopened. Yes. I know there was a case where he got the Telegraph to apologize for that. But none of the U.S. newspapers were forced to apologize because it was true. Now, Spencer, 6 weeks after meeting Victoria Lockwood, they got engaged. They were married at a service attended by Diana and Prince Charles. Prince Harry was a page boy. They had 4 children. And then they had the worst divorce ever. We found out that from basically 6 weeks after they got married, that Spencer was cheating on her. When Diana had the funeral, Spencer's ex, Victoria Lockwood, wanted to attend, but he refused to pay for her ticket because he wanted to bring his then mistress. And when he got divorced to Victoria Lockwood, one of his mistresses testified on behalf of Victoria Lockwood. Now, I'm trying to think of a connection between Charles Spencer and Adnan Khashoggi. We do have this tie-in of our madam, Zoe Payne. And while it might seem that a British aristocrat and the brother of the late Princess Diana would have little in common with a Saudi arms dealer and billionaire like Adnan Khashoggi, there is this interesting connection through the Al Fayed family. Because Mohammed Al Fayed, the Egyptian businessman who acquired Harrods and other prominent businesses, was married to Samira Khashoggi, Adnan's sister, from 1954 to 1956. And they had a son. You might have heard of him. His name was Dodi, who obviously became involved in a romantic relationship with Diana, Princess of Wales. Now, why would Charles Spencer's name be in Epstein's book? Well, it's very curious because Charles Spencer hated the tabloids, especially ones run by, say, Robert Maxwell, who was obviously Ghislaine's dad. And obviously Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein were together. So why was he in there? What kind of relationship did he have with Epstein? Was it because of the South Africa and things like that, arms running, the Khashoggi connection? There was a home number and a work number. This was not strictly work, but they have a relationship and people don't talk about it because they get confused with the Charlie Althorpe part. All right, you guys, that is it for this one. I will talk to you. The Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein split, breakup, if you will. We've always had that anecdotal story about that Jeffrey Epstein hit on some member's daughter in Mar-a-Lago. He was banned forever. And the story sounds very similar to the way that Virginia Giuffre said that Jeffrey Epstein first approached her. But I think it's something different. I think it's not a huge scoop to say that Donald Trump possibly betrayed Jeffrey Epstein. Because Bradley Edwards, attorney for many of Epstein's victims, said something back in July of 2019. Said, quote, he is the only person who in 2009, when I served a lot of subpoenas on a lot of people, or at least gave notice to some pretty connected people that I wanted to talk to them. He is the only person who picked up the phone and said, let's just talk. I'll give you as much time as you want. I'll tell you what you need to know, and was very helpful in the information that he gave, and gave no indication whatsoever that he was involved in anything untoward whatsoever, but had good information that checked out and that helped us, and we didn't have to take a deposition of him. It's a very interesting quote from Bradley.
Any more about that?
Nothing at all. The only thing that I can say about President Trump is that he is the only person who in 2009, when I served a lot of subpoenas on a lot of people, or at least gave notice to some pretty connected people that I wanted to talk to them, he is the only person who picked up the phone and said, let's just talk. I'll give you as much time as you want. I'll tell you what you need to know, and was very helpful in the information that he gave, and gave no indication whatsoever that he was involved in anything untoward whatsoever, but had good information that checked out and that helped us, and that we didn't have to take a deposition of him.
That was in 2009?
That was in 2009.
Edwards at the time was serving so many subpoenas, which led to all those depositions that you always see from 2010, most of which the answers are, I refuse to answer. And one of the people that was dodging and swaying and didn't want to be deposed was Ghislaine Maxwell, who said, oh, my mom's sick, she's dying, all these kind of things. And she finally picks a day and she disappears and shows up a month later at Chelsea Clinton's wedding. But that's the kind of thing that Bradley Edwards was doing. He was trying to serve everybody, Sarah Kellen, Adriana Ross, all of those. And Edwards questioned Adriana Ross about removing computers from Epstein's Palm Beach home before the Palm Beach Police Department raided it. And Edwards also asked Ross if Sandy Berger, the former national security advisor for President Clinton, had tipped off Epstein. I can't say for a fact that Trump gave Edwards information, which led to the questions implying that Sandy Berger had tipped off Epstein. But like Edwards said, Trump was very helpful. And I can't think of another person who would have had access to the level of information that led to Edwards' line of questioning. When Edwards said that Trump was the only person willing to help him out, that's saying a lot, assuming that Edwards wasn't on a fishing expedition based on nothing. Trump was very close to Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein. it is not beyond the realm of possibility that Bill Clinton told Trump about what Sandy Berger did. And 4 years later, Trump tells Edwards. It all seems like an effort just to sell out people. But Edwards asked the following line of questions, pursuing whether Bill Clinton, via Sandy Berger, was involved in a tip to Jeffrey Epstein that a raid was forthcoming at Epstein's Palm Beach residence. Adriana answered none of the questions. One of them was, who's Sandy Berger? Another was, that's somebody else that was affiliated with Bill Clinton at one point in time, correct? A close friend of Jeffrey Epstein's. Another was, he called the house within 3 weeks of the search warrant being executed. Did he tip off Jeffrey Epstein? And Adriana was asked many questions about removing computers from Epstein's Palm Beach home with the assistance of Bill Riley, and ultimately asked if she took the computers to her residence. None of the questions were answered. But one of the questions was, when Mr. Epstein was being investigated criminally, how did you first learn about that? At some point in time, he was tipped off that his home, that a search warrant was going to be executed on his home, correct? And just a month before the execution of that search warrant, less than a month before the execution of that search warrant, he ordered you to do something with certain evidence, didn't he? In fact, there were at least 3 very key computers that contained a lot of the information that I've been asking about. You're familiar with those computers that were in his home, correct? And he ordered you to come over and take those computers out of his house, correct? And you could basically take the local database that exposed his criminal enterprise that I've been talking about, and you could take the evidence from his home, correct? And you've seen the material that's on those computers, correct? And if I were to look at those computers, it would display exactly what I've been describing to you today, right? And you went to his house with a male, correct? There was one other guy with you that assisted you to take these computers from his home. Is that right? Where did you take those? Did you take those? Was it Bill Riley that went to the home? Do you know who Bill Riley is? He's one of the investigators hired by Roy Black to represent Jeffrey Epstein, correct? Did you take those computers over to your house? And I guess the house that I would be talking about is give the address. Have those computers ever been to that house? And even though Adrian didn't incriminate herself, the housekeeper testified in his deposition that he saw Adriana and another man remove 3 computers from Epstein's home. We've been over this. It said, do you remember who it was that personally removed the computers and equipment from the property? Was it Mr. Epstein? Was it a lawyer? Do you remember? It said it was Adriana. But let's move on to where the falling out appears to have originated and why. There's a sequence of events that happened in late 2004 between Trump and Epstein. And don't forget the subsequent Palm Beach Police Department raid of Jeffrey Epstein's residence. There was an auction for a property, Maison de l'Amati, which Epstein and Trump each participated in. And the auction appears to have been the start of the falling out between the two based on the following. There have been no public sightings of the two together after this auction in November 2004. Trump said on July 9th, 2019, a day after the government's indictment against Jeffrey Epstein, that he hadn't spoke to him in 15 years after they had a falling out. 19 minus 15 is 4. 2019 minus 15 is 2004. And remember, Bradley Edwards said that Trump was helpful in providing information to him on Epstein in 2009. So is it a stretch to think that Trump was helpful in providing information to the Palm Beach Police Department in 2004? Especially since Trump's reference to the falling out occurred 15 years before. So on November 28th, 2004, less than 2 weeks after the mansion auction, Palm Beach police fielded a tip that young women were seen coming and going from Epstein's home. If you assume that the falling out between Trump and Epstein did start in 2004 after this auction, it raises an interesting question. What in the world was so important about this property that it would lead to a falling out between these two really good friends. Well, let's start with some history of the property. Les Wexner, oh, there's that name again, was the original buyer in May 1st, 1985 for $10 million. He owned it till he sold it on May 28th, 1988 to Abraham Gossman, another friend of Epstein's, for around $12 million. Gossman in turn filed bankruptcy in 2003 and the property was auctioned in 2004 and Donald Trump bought it for $41.35 million. Trump later sold it to Dmitry Rybalov for $95 million on July 8th, 2008. And the Dmitry guy is another piece of work. Okay. Now, was this money laundering? I don't know. It feels like, if you think about it in the terms of a falling out, you can't really think of it as a money laundering thing because Wexner's involvement with Epstein looks like it began, around 1986, 87. And Trump's friendship with Epstein began around 1987, according to Trump. Now, Epstein's network didn't magically spring to life in April 1988 when Epstein purchased Little St. James Island. I believe Epstein joined kind of an existing network, maybe that Wexner had at this mansion. Right? It's definitely a possibility. Now, with this, getting back to the property, what was going on at this property in the period when Les Wexner owned it, 1985 to 1988? A common theory today about how Epstein's network operated involved Epstein videotaping politicians and VIPs in criminal or embarrassing situations. And Donald Trump bought the Maison house and renovated it, which would be sufficient cover to remove, hidden surveillance cameras if they existed. Trump wanted to do such a thing. If you want to dig a little deeper into the conspiracy land, maybe that's what the backhoe loader and dump trucks later used to demolish the Maison property were also doing. $95 million seems to be priced high just for the real estate, plus the expenses of demolishing the home, which Dmitry had to pay. Not that the property wasn't worth it. And someone good with real estate, couldn't make money on a new property. It's just that the property was previously purchased for way less. I mean, Trump paid $41 million. Wexner paid $10 million. And then a Russian gets the property and brings in heavy equipment. So did Trump maybe only sell the real estate? Maybe he also sold some blackmail stuff, contained on the property. And if that material was in the dirt, you get the picture. And then the roughly $50 million real estate profit looks more like a profit for services rendered than money laundering. Again, that's all speculation. In the power struggle between Epstein and Trump over who controlled the property, it wasn't a close contest. I mean, Epstein obviously arrested, sentenced, investigated by the FBI, later rearrested, dead in a jail cell. Just very, very interesting how this all came to be 2 weeks after the auction and the bad blood, and they never spoke to each other again after the auction. All right, you guys, that is it for this one. I will talk to you later.
I mean, I'm like, well, obviously, what do you think are in these files that they won't release? It's funny because I think there's nothing in the files. I mean, I'm like, well, obviously, if this was an Israeli intelligence operation, they scrubbed them. They've got everything they want on their end. We're not getting the Israeli files. And so what files we have really probably don't have anything in them. And if that's the case, then why don't they just release them? So I just don't understand what the hang up is. I mean, what do you think it is?
It could be a lot of things. I have some ideas. So only I think today, the past couple days, the New York Times got around to publishing pictures that were taken inside Epstein's New York townhouse the day he was arrested. And the FBI supposedly collected a lot of material, CDs and other things from that townhouse when it was raided. And we don't know what was on them. I mean, Pam Bondi is now saying it's CP or child porn. But we don't really know that because she said months prior said it was something else, and then kind of did this rapid.
And it's crazy that she's like, oh, it's filled with child porn, but now, and then the same breath says, but there's nothing to see here, no scandal, no nothing. And it's like, wait a minute, you just said that there's a bunch of child porn in there, but now we're supposed to just, nobody's going to be held accountable for this.
Yeah, well, I would keep in mind too that not long before Epstein was arrested, he was filmed for like 20 hours or something by one of Trump's chief political strategists of yesteryear, Steve Bannon. And Bannon was doing that to attempt to rehabilitate Epstein's image after he had been, imprisoned and gotten that sweetheart deal, the plea deal in 2007, 2008. And, if Bannon was that close to Trump, it's safe to say that to Epstein, that a lot of the people, in that network, maybe not Trump himself personally, but again, you have to look a tier up above these people. There was an interest in rehabilitating Epstein for some specific reason. I think, it gets a little too close to Trump's inner circle. Maybe it's not Trump himself in the more recent years, but, that Bannon involvement should be, pretty significant. And then also the fact that, our government is increasingly being taken over by public-private partnerships with the biggest big tech firms of Silicon Valley. And Epstein, before his arrest, was trying to rebrand as a VC guy, specifically in, Silicon Valley networks. And he has significant ties to almost every CEO of importance in the tech world. Bill Gates of Microsoft, Ghislaine Maxwell had a relationship of some type with Jeff Bezos. We know a lot more now, of course, about the Peter Thiel Epstein relationship and the Musk Epstein relationship. Reid Hoffman of LinkedIn, also very close to Epstein. So why did he have so many ties to these big tech guys? I think they want to avoid scrutiny of those kind of things because they run a lot of the most significant government contractors. Peter Thiel created Palantir, which contracts for all 18 intelligence agencies, is now embedded in the IRS, has all your health data at HHS, and is a leader in the AI market. And I mean, has just expanded hugely in terms of its how intertwined it's become with the U.S. government. And, Musk, for example, has, a lot of military contractors. Thiel funds a lot of up and coming military contractors, and also is the political benefactor of the current vice president. So, this could be something not necessarily in the files about Trump. It could be about people that are, a tier above in front of the faces that are sort of rolled out to us as the faces of political power, whether that's Trump or JD Vance. Basically it's
revolutionary salute to our brother LRP for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute.
It's not good for the American oligarchy, which funds and manipulates both parties. Yeah. And I think they want to keep people looking at that. And that's why there's been this renewed focus on both sides, on Democrats and Republicans, to make this a partisan issue again. Because the way the narrative management of the Epstein scandal has been for years has been, well, if you're watching a left-leaning podcast, they're going to talk about Epstein and Trump all day long. And if you watch a right-leaning podcast, they're going to talk about Epstein and Clinton all day long.
Yeah.
And trying to keep people in these partisan divides, but really it's a bipartisan scandal. So anytime a release of information would disabuse people of that, it doesn't benefit them to release it.
Right.
Right. So now what we're having instead is the House having the, subpoenaing the Clintons and past officials of the Department of Justice because they want to make it an Epstein-Clinton issue. Right. Again. And of course, there is plenty to say about the Epstein-Clinton relationship. Right. But again, a lot of it involves Israel, and they won't touch that with a 10-foot pole. Instead, they'll focus on Clinton after he left office and focus on how Epstein was very involved with setting up the Clinton Foundation and the Clinton post-presidential philanthropies. yes, but they won't focus at all, in my opinion. I would be shocked if they gave any attention to Epstein's 17 visits to the Clinton White House
Mhm.
in the 90s. Because if they did, I think that would be very problematic again for both parties and also for Israel.
Yeah, this is what I'm noticing even about the latest Russiagate scandal with all the documents that are being dropped that implicate Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton, all these people. It's like, so what? I mean, they're going
Well, they're not going to
after
go to jail. I mean,
Right, I mean,
his
that
whole campaign in 2016 was lock her up, and then he got in office and was like, "Yeah,
Right,
I
well,
don't think
exactly.
so,"
And
you
so
know?
for them to just throw Clinton under the bus with Epstein, for example, for them to be throwing Hillary or Barack Obama under the bus for the Russiagate, none of this matters because these people are already out of office. It's easy to throw people under the bus who have no power anymore and aren't going to have any power. They're not in the positions to gain it again. They've already served their terms, right? So it's easy to just make them the fall guys and to try to get everybody to
Mhm.
shut up about it. And it's like, okay, but we've got, like you're pointing out, an entire cabal of people that are still very much in power, who are very much connected to these scandals, and yet they're not going to go down at all. It's just we, the American people, are being treated like morons, and they're just giving us Bill Clinton. Okay, so what are we going to do with Bill Clinton?
Everyone knows Bill Clinton's a perv. It's not news. But what is news is the other stuff they were meeting about. It's not about was Clinton unfaithful to his wife Hillary. I think everyone knows that he has been that for a long time.
Right.
I think the scandals are, yes, perhaps in well, definitely, but it should be just one of several focus points that Epstein basically helped Clinton set up the Clinton Foundation, the Clinton Health Access Initiative, and the Clinton Global Initiative after he left the presidency, and helped to design those philanthropies. He helped design philanthropies for people like Bill Gates too, and a lot of these other figures. He had a direct line to the people that decide who gets Nobel Prizes and stuff, and had a lot of influence in the world of quote unquote philanthropy, which really isn't that. It's influence peddling and money laundering, a lot of times disguised as philanthropy when you're talking about these people. And Epstein was a financial criminal. And one of the reasons he got involved with intelligence networks was because he was very good at working the world of shadow banking.
Yeah.
And that's pretty clear when you look at his trajectory. He was sought after for that by the elites to a big extent. So he was structuring a lot of these philanthropic institutions and all of that for them to help them expand their influence and power. And also Epstein was interested in eugenics, and so a lot of these Clinton Health Access Initiative, Gate Foundations stuff, kind of arguably have some of this rebranded eugenic stuff in them, as I argued in some of my work during the COVID era. But they're not going to talk about Epstein and Clinton in the 1990s. And you can read my book if you'd like to know why. But in short, one of the main people he was meeting with at the White House was this guy named Mark Middleton. And as the Epstein scandal relatively shortly after the details of Epstein's visits to the White House were made public, I believe actually it was the Daily Mail that first sort of published some of the logs on them and revealed that he was mostly meeting with Middleton. Middleton ended up dead. He was hanging from a tree by the neck with an extension cord and had a shotgun blast to the chest. And a court sealed all the forensic evidence and photos taken at the scene so that no one can ever look at them. And it's very bizarre because that was the same year that Jean-Luc Brunel turned up dead in a prison. And of course, Epstein himself turned up dead in a prison. So why do they need to get rid of Mark Middleton? I don't think they want people asking questions about what was going on. And Mark Middleton was part of this huge scandal that was never properly investigated. That is remembered today as Chinagate, but it was really a huge scandal involving arms trafficking and technology transfer, involving the state of Israel and also our own intelligence services to undermine the U.S. military advantage by sending a bunch of U.S. Highly specialized military and technological equipment to China. And it's very scandalous. So I'll just leave it there. But at the same time, well, I should add this. At the same time he was meeting at the Epstein or at the Clinton White House, Epstein had basically, through Wexner, just taken control of the main Iran-Contra airline that was used to funnel drugs and weapons all over the Americas in the 1980s, and was previously outright owned by the CIA Southern Air Transport. They took it over and started moving it instead of from North America to South America and Central America, it started going from Columbus, Ohio, where Wexner is based, to Hong Kong. And what were they trafficking? Well, it's hard to know, but law enforcement people, like I think the Inspector General or someone prominent in Ohio at the time, called it the Mayor Lansky run, basically saying that it was working at the behest of, organized crime interests. So again, I think that's an untouchable aspect of the Epstein-Clinton relationship. It's very problematic for them to talk about. But you think they would love to talk about it because China and because Clinton,
right?
But they don't touch it. And it's because, again, if you want the details on what I just laid out, the details of it are in my book. You can actually read it for free on archive.org if you don't want to buy it. But it basically lays it all out. It involved the state of Israel. It involved basically the same crowd that did Iran-Contra was involved in shady stuff there, and they were undermining, basically trying to do a massive technology transfer of military technology and satellite technology, and no one was ever prosecuted.
Hey guys, thank you for watching this clip from the full Kim Iversen show, which you could check out Monday
Michael Wolff, Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein, Princess Diana, Prince Andrew, Ghislaine Maxwell, what sordid webs they weave. Michael Wolff, Donald Trump's former biographer, and Michael Wolff, who is going to potentially be the biographer of Epstein, reveals shocking new details to the Midas Touch Network about how Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein were having a friendly bet amongst each other, a disgusting and grotesque bet about which one of them would be able to have sex with Princess Diana first after her separation and divorce from now King Charles. Donald Trump and Epstein, according to Michael Wolff, were absolutely obsessed by the royal family. And Michael Wolff talks about how one of the things Epstein told him as well was that Trump and Epstein created something called a quote unquote pussy committee. And as part of this, they tried to figure out ways to get girls over to Prince Andrew. And ultimately, Ghislaine Maxwell was the intermediary to the royal family in the United Kingdom based on her connections. Her father was Robert Maxwell, a very connected individual who ended up dying, falling off his yacht called the Lady Ghislaine while he was urinating, allegedly. And then he got into his family then discovered, and the world discovered, that Robert Maxwell was a total fraud, stealing money from pension funds and bankrupting his family. But Ghislaine had these connections because her dad was the guy who owned all of these media companies in the UK. And so she would be the link between Trump and Epstein and the royal family. And Trump and Epstein were obsessed with the royal family, Michael Wolff says. And part of the Pussy Committee was getting Prince Andrew these women or girls and getting Prince Andrew money. Because they said Andrew struggled with money. I mean, you see this photo right here of Andrew and Virginia Giuffre. Giuffre died by suicide in Australia recently, and she sued Prince Andrew as well when she was an underage girl, alleging that that Prince Andrew sexually assaulted her as an underage girl. That case resulted in a resolution. You see behind her Ghislaine Maxwell right there as well. You know, just interesting too when you think about it. I mean, Donald Trump had recently posted back in March that he would love the United States to become part of the British Commonwealth. Donald Trump responded to some odd story by The Sun in the UK that said that there was a secret offer made by King Charles for Donald Trump to make the United States part of the Commonwealth. And Donald Trump said, "I love King Charles. Sounds good to me." You also go back and you take a look at like the Sunday Mirror from November 23rd, 1997. And this talks about how Ghislaine Maxwell was going around bringing young girls or young women, it says, to Donald Trump. Let me just give you the specific language right there. Several American millionaires already had this one young woman on her side, but she was there with Robert Maxwell's daughter, Ghislaine, who has introduced several of her attractive friends to the property developer, referring to Donald Trump. You see this photo right here of Donald Trump and Princess Diana back in 1995. Donald Trump subsequently wrote that Diana was trying to kiss his ass. Donald Trump put that in a book. Diana wanted to kiss my ass. He said, "Let me bring in Michael Wolff, who's got this exclusive report here on the Midas Touch Network about what he knows as the Pussy Committee, the relationship with Prince Andrew, what was taking place there." Let's bring in Wolff.
One of the many things that Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump had in common was their obsession with the royal family. At one point in the mid-90s, after Diana and Charles's marriage started to fall apart, Trump and Epstein had a bet with each other about who could sleep with Diana first. I don't know, by the way, if either of them ever won that bet. There was a point at which Epstein was asked to be the guy. Apparently this was a thing, like a job, a position, who would slip into the seat next to Diana at certain functions when whoever she was with got up, so she could never be seated next to an empty chair. And when Epstein got this job, he bickered with Trump about who wanted the introductions to also get this job. Epstein wouldn't give it to him. What they understood, and many people have understood this before them, is that the royal family was one of the great social climbing vectors in the world. If you were involved with the royal family, engaged with the royal family, familiar to the royal family, able to bring the members of the royal family with you, all doors opened. You could have access to anyone you wanted to have access to. This raised both your stature and the possibilities in your life. So here were these two guys, parvenus, vulgarians, who by this, in part because of their connection to the royal family, suddenly had access to all of the status and all of the financial circles of the world. mean, here were two guys, and again we have to ask this question: how did they do it? How did Epstein, who came from nowhere, how did Trump, who came through bankruptcy after bankruptcy, how did both of these guys yet become figures in the world? I mean, figures of enormous wealth and standing. The agent of their royal family plan was Ghislaine Maxwell, with her deep connections throughout British society. The plan for both Epstein and Trump, this was their mutual plan, was to focus on Prince Andrew and to ply him with girls, for which he had an insatiable appetite, and money, which he was always short of and in desperate need for. Now, this is a key issue right now in the way the White House is looking at the Epstein scandal. The fear is that Ghislaine Maxwell can tie Donald Trump to the details of what Trump and Epstein called the Pussy Committee. The Pussy Committee consisted of Trump and Epstein in their efforts to get girls for Prince Andrew. Let me step back, because I think that this is incredibly important, a historic note to focus on this word pussy, a word that they use constantly and casually and meaningfully. This was their currency and reward. It was how they saw the world. This was their point of power and a point of leverage. Girls, but somehow something different by using the word pussy. Coupled with Prince Andrew, what this added up to for both men was status, wealth, influence, and royal entitlement. Again, how did these two men, Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Trump, come to be what they are? Well, Prince Andrew and pussy start to explain a lot.
There you have it, folks. Powerful reporting there by Michael Wolff. We will keep you posted again every step of the way here on the Midas Touch Network. I think that definitely adds some new.
Feel free. Follow me.